Born in the heat of the desert, my mother died giving me life, deprived of the love of a father, blamed for the loss of his wife. You know, Lord, I've been in a prison for something that I never done. It's been one hill after another. I climbed them all, one by one. Oh, but this time, nobody gave me a mountain. There must be lights burning bright somewhere. Got to be birds flying higher in the sky. Oh, blue. If I can bring up a better land where all my brothers walk in, tell me why, oh, why did my dream come? Why there must be peace and understanding sometimes. Strong when the promise that will blow away all the doubt and fear. If I can dream of a sun where hope keeps shining, anyone tell me why? Oh, why? Oh, why won't that sun burn? And now, the end is near, so I face final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every byway, oh and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do, and saw it through without my plan. Each charted course, each careful step along the byway, oh, more, much more than this. I did my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you I've loved, oh, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing. You think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh, you love me still. I need to lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Lonely rivers cry, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me, for my love, my darling, I love you. I need God's spirit to
Hey guys, how are you doing? Oh, there goes a commercial. How's everyone doing? I got a text message and I'm getting some emails. Looks like you guys are getting a little bit of a laugh going. Or you guys aren't getting a laugh going, but you're enjoying the laugh. Let me see. I thought it said 1 hour and something. Yeah. It said 1 hour, but the video doesn't have an hour. Let me look again. I must not be looking at it right. Are there 2 videos? Let's see here. Yeah, that's today's date. It says 1 hour and whatever, but the video is only 48 minutes. So what's going on? Someone help. How can I go to 1 hour and something when the video is only 48 minutes? There must be 2? Or no? Are there 2? Somebody help me. I think we're all talking about the same video, right? Let's see, copy and paste. Feel free to hop up here, especially if you know which video and how I find it. Go to 1 hour where Cindy changes the story. Okay, I need to know what video because the video I'm looking at doesn't have over an hour. So, what do I do? What do I do? Well, let's go ahead and just listen. Let's just have a kick. Ready for a kick? This will be fun.
We really appreciate Dave being here for the
Oh,
last few
they
days.
really appreciate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you appreciate men who call women the C word? Really? Really?
No, I agree. No worries at all. I agree.
Yeah, he loved being there for sure. Yeah. Even it was by
spent a
Zoom.
lot of time
He
together.
loved it. I mean, I
It's
don't
been
know if it
wonderful.
was by Zoom.
I
But...
appreciate you giving me one of Chris's jerseys.
Oh, thank you for giving me
Appreciate it
Chris's
very much.
jerseys. Oh,
I sincerely want to
yeah,
say
I'd love to wear a jersey of someone who
thank you for opening up your home to a little old Australian.
pleaded
And
guilty
also
for.
as well.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Oh, love you. Oh,
Okay, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Okay. There they are.
this
There's
is going to be
Ronnie
interesting, you guys. If you haven't seen it yet,
live in the studio.
it looks
Just
like
well,
Dinko Dave
hang on. Somebody's got YouTube running. Yes, Ronnie
has a Ronnie lookalike
He's getting off of it.
on video.
Okay. Okay. Right. Welcome, everybody. Everybody, massive welcome to Ronnie and Cindy Watts, my very good friends.
Oh, my very good friend.
So I'm not going to be asking you any questions because this is all info.
My very good friend.
Like, all the internet, Ronnie contacted me and talking to me of going live. So there was no.
That Ronnie looks different than the last Ronnie. Hold on a minute. Hold on. That looks like a different Ronnie. Let's look at the first Ronnie. Yeah, that looks like a different Ronnie. Ooh, you guys, pull up the video. See it for yourself. See what you think. Take a look at the Ronnie on the porch. And then take a look at the Ronnie in front of the Zoom. See what you think. Is it the same Ronnie? I don't know. What do you think? So what do you think is going on? Do you think maybe he's been saying that he was there for so long that they finally like struck some kind of deal or something? To do a Zoom? What do you guys think? Take a look at that video though. Pull it up. If you can take a look at the video, pull it up and see. That Ronnie looks different. What's that about? I mean, he looks different. Like, different. Let me look back.
Really appreciate that you being here.
Interesting. Interesting. Wow.
Me, a sweet child of mine a few weeks ago over the phone.
Does Dave call any woman the C word in this video, you guys? Does he call anyone like an old witch or an old hag? Let's see here.
For the moment, everybody must get in trouble the next day. Right. That's, the last chat Cindy rocked up in. She got persecuted and crucified the next day, and then. Yeah, this is all right. If anybody wants to say anything, it was all of him. He was the one that was on board with this, and he is the one that wanted to do this, and that's it. The amount of love on offer.
Interesting. Did you hear that, you guys? She just said it's all Ronnie. He's the one that was on board with this. He's the one that wanted to do this. You know what else that means, I think? It wasn't her idea. I'm just saying.
Yeah, the last chat Cindy rocked up in, she got persecuted and crucified the next day, and then. Yeah, this is all right. If anybody wants to say anything, it was all of him. He was the one that was on board with this, and he is the one that wanted to do this.
So it's all Ronnie. He's the one who was on board with this. He's the one who wanted to do this. Oh, I love Cindy. You know what? No matter how much her speaking with Dave on this Zoom, supposedly, no matter how much that will, in my opinion, definitely serve to discredit her, I just love her anyway. I would just ask her to please be careful, because Dave has been known to be verbally violent against women, especially older women, Cindy. Especially older women, as in my opinion, abusive. Just saying, you want to hang with abusive assholes, I guess that's on you. I'm surprised, quite frankly, considering his, I would say, hatred for older women. Absolute lack of respect for older women. Absolute lack of respect for women. Have you watched some of his videos? Do you know what he has admitted to doing? I mean, really? I don't know, just saying, be careful, sweetie. Be careful. And I think it's cool that Cindy just told us. Hey, Bassett, baby.
Hello, am I there?
Hey, you're up.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I can't hear myself.
Welcome to the world of
Let me try again.
techno savvy here.
As long as everybody else can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you just fine. How are you doing?
I'm good. I watched the Dave show because I was, been waiting to hear what this breaking news crap is. And
About the Naptime?
yeah, to me it didn't sound like a nap thing. Like the way
I can't find that part in the video, because the video that I find is 48 minutes, but the thing said 1 hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah, I saw the same thing. 40 something minutes. The one I clicked on was over an hour. So
then we're the opposite. Because mine says an hour and 12 minutes, and the video I pulled up is 48 minutes.
Yeah, mine must have been that long as well, because it wasn't on for over an hour, like it said. And the letters.
But you listened to it, and she was talking about the nap time?
Well, what I took from it is she said that SW started storming through the house, freaking out because everybody was in the room while they were taking a nap. But what I don't understand is how come it was over ice for 4 years.
Well, there's something nefarious going on, and I think we just may have landed on it, because the part of the video that I just played, Cindy said this was all Ronnie's idea. He's the one who wanted to do it. He's the one who's on board with it. What I think she is saying at the same time is she's not on board with it. It wasn't her idea. This is not her thing. I think, I'm not sure, I think that Dinko Dave has said so many times that he was in the United States and that he, is supposedly good buddies with Ronnie and Cindy for longer, really, than he's even been talking about the case of Christopher Watts, which is kind of interesting. That I think that probably behind the scenes there have been some negotiations going on. Like, how can we get your parents on Zoom? I'm just kind of thinking Cindy just gave us a really big clue there when she was saying this is all Ronnie. It's his idea. He's on board. This whole idea that they would be attempting to have Cindy's story for 4.5 years. Well, not 4.5, but well over 4 years and 2 months and whatever.
And for them, it must feel like a lifetime.
Yeah. And then to all of a sudden have it change. Who does that discredit? That discredits Cindy Watts. And we have been watching from day one. Well, not day one, but from whatever your day one was of, taking a look at this case. There were a lot of newbies around Netflix.
Yeah, I watch
When
tons of creators, and I'm into a lot, even if their narrative is not the one that I believe, because I like to hear different information. Because you never
But
know.
if you think about it, from the very start, even the
Never
people.
anything other than the other grandchild took the ice cream out of the freezer, and SW freaked out because it had nuts and she couldn't have them, and yada yada yada.
Well, the way Cindy tells the story and has told it for 4+ years is that Cece was crying and whining because she wanted her ice cream in a cup, just like the cousins had their ice cream in a cup.
Mm-hmm.
And she kept whining and, having a hissy. And she wanted Shannon to put her ice cream in a cup, just like the cousins. Cece had the safe ice cream that cost twice as much as regular ice cream that Cindy bought, even though her daughter-in-law was so successful, And Cece threw a fit, threw herself on the floor, crying and screaming, all angry because she couldn't get her mother's attention, evidently.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as Cece had her screaming fit, Christopher Watt's wife joined in, came charging towards Cindy, and her eyes looked scary, and Cindy was afraid of her, and she accused Cindy of attempting to murder Cece.
Yeah, and
That's that's been the story for over 4 years. So
and
here's
right after that, she called her father to come pick her up, and didn't she like wait outside or something?
no, she waited by the window, and she said that she was shaking angry 30 minutes later. She was still shaking angry 30 minutes.
I that Cindy left.
Cindy left, she grabbed the kid and left, and she drove around. But now that story's changing too. He
Yeah, it was a
changed.
little. She said that she took the kids and she went shopping, and she
Yeah,
thought it.
that story has totally changed too. So here's what I think is going on. I think that any connection to Davo, I think, is to discredit Cindy. I think it's exactly what they're trying to do. They've been trying to discredit Cindy right from the start. There is not 1 ounce of my being that believes that he is actually giving a ripple about Ronnie and Cindy at all. He doesn't even know the case. He's a dip. He's rude. He calls women the C word. The thought that he would have any kind of connection with them is laughable. But if his position in all of this, his little team of people, if their goal is to discredit Cindy, he's the perfect person for the job.
Well, either way, even if she was telling the truth, not this time or whatever, she knows, and she said it. She said, I'm gonna catch all kinds of hell for this."
Well, maybe she
And I
knew
feel like
that.
I think it may mean it's gonna be worse, because people are gonna be like, "Hey, you had a story, the same story for 4 years, and now all of a sudden it changed."
Right. And so you would have to ask yourself, why would it change, right? And I think the reason is because I think, once again, just like they did with KK, just like they did with Lana, just like they did with J is for Justice, whoever, although I do like J is for Justice. She's one of,
I watch her too.
yeah, she's one of the few channels that I can watch and not think they're just a scumbag. But, Ronnie and Cindy have a history. Well, Cindy has a history of picking up her phone and talking with whoever calls.
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you how many times I said, stop answering your phone. Let it go to voicemail. Whatever. Ronnie and Cindy have not spoken with the same people. Cindy has her little friends. Ronnie has his little friends. And it sounds to me like they both spend a lot of time talking with a lot of different people. But if you take a look, are you familiar with the term love bombing? Love
No.
bombing is like, oh, wow. Oh, your hair's so pretty. Oh, look at you. Oh, my gosh. Oh, look at that. Oh. You know, the whole love bombing of just like, oh, you're just so smart and wonderful and whatever. If you
Uh-huh.
look at the way they're treating each other, it's drippy. It's like drippy. Like, seriously, I love you. What? And you know, the whole jersey thing, that football jersey thing is creepy. I'm sorry. It's creepy.
I get that maybe if he went there, I don't know if he did or not. I mean, it's kind of looking that way. I don't know.
Right, but I
Uh,
think they're good at making it look that way. I don't think he went. If he went, if he had gone in June and not come out a couple months later saying, "Well, no, he wasn't really there," but that's irrelevant. You know,
hmm,
he lied in June, and he lied a lot. And there were people, you know, getting in tiffs over it, and there were some issues going on. And he sat there and lied the whole time, over and over and over again. So okay, now we know he's a liar, even though he says that's irrelevant. You
hmm,
know, I'm sure he says a lot of things are irrelevant. That if he's going to lie about June, he's going to lie about August
true.
or whenever it was. And they can do a lot with even his little drone footage and everything. I mean, I just don't buy it.
As far as drone footage, I'm sure thousands of people have flown a drone over the house.
Yeah, exactly. And
And
I think I could probably go to Google whatever it is and drive up and down streets and probably create something pretty close. Plus,
probably,
I've never seen somebody who drives on the other side of the road drive the way he drove. I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe him. I think he has proven over and over again that he's a scumbag attacker. And I don't trust him. I don't believe him. I do not believe for 1 second that Cindy is on board with this at all. I think that Cindy, if she knew the way he talks about women, she would never take part in any of this, and she would be giving Ronnie the side eye if he did.
I mean, she really tried to stay off camera last night. I mean, you saw glimpses of him and stuff, and um,
I
I
also think I
feel like
also think
I lost my train of thought for a
I
second.
think their daughter actually might have something to do with this. I think that their daughter is able to tell Ronnie and Cindy what to do, and I think Ronnie and Cindy try to do it. But I don't think
I mean, I give my mother advice because you know,
I
old
think it's more
old
than
stuff.
advice. No, I think it's more. I think it's a lot more than advice. I think she's the one who swings the deals.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one who evidently said no to any lawyers and right away contacted that KK and said, "Okay, let's go, let's do it." And she's also the one who wanted to have that Jamie's journal or something.
Why would she say no to lawyers?
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Makes you wonder. But I think Cindy, I think Ronnie too, quite frankly, but I think Cindy should absolutely take a look at Dave's old videos and pay attention to when he uses the C word, when he uses the B word, the way he treats older women. And she should ask herself if that's who she wants to, you know, sit there and say, "Oh, I love you." I mean, be careful, Cindy. He has a history of, you know, calling older women nasty
Oh,
names.
I asked for my $2 back because I was, I joined to wait for this fantastic information and it wasn't coming. So I was like, you know what? I'm not paying $3 a month to hear nothing. And I got just comments that were just, I want a refund. Sure, no problem. I was not rude about it. I just wanted advice on how to get, a refund. I didn't want to be in the channel because it's just starting to get very like this one's against this one, this one's bad mouthing this one. It didn't start off like that. And now in every channel it's he's even playing some ridiculous song about armchair detective.
Well, I think
neighbor. I don't know what the hell it is and why he's doing it.
he has proven over and over again that he's a scumbag attacker. And I think that because he has proven it himself, he even admits to so many weird things. I think that what their goal is to get him somehow pictured as if he's associating with them to try to discredit Ronnie and Cindy.
What, from the R's?
Well, from whoever it is who's organizing the scumbag attackers, I think they're trying to attack Ronnie and Cindy. They're just doing it in a very passive way.
That's so sad.
And I think Ronnie and Cindy have a history of making very strange moves. Very strange moves. And I think that, they're finally at the point 4 years later where people are looking at this case and going, you know what? Cindy was right. You know what? Cindy had a lot of good things to say that make sense. And looking back, look at that. She had the mother's instinct. She knew. And, finally, after 4 years, people are actually beginning to say, wow, Cindy Watts has really been treated unfairly. So what do? This is just like when they had the offer of the lawyer, the legal help for their son.
Right.
What do they do?
Unfair, because even if CW did exactly what, the Netflix documentary said, just flipped out, killed everybody, put him in an oil tank. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know why all of a sudden the parents are terrible because, their son did that. I mean, I can see why people would say that, but they didn't murder anybody.
No, their treatment now, the way they're being treated now, is thousands of times better than how it was. The first couple of years, they were being attacked over and over again, and they finally are at the point where they're actually not being treated that way. So what are they doing? Something stupid. It's almost like, I think personally, I think what's happening is I think Ronnie and their daughter Jamie are the two who keep hooking up with the weirdos. And that makes me wonder how long they have been hooked up with weirdos. I don't think Cindy is hooked up with scumbag attackers, but I do think she does whatever her daughter tells her to do. I think this entire ploy is to discredit Cindy primarily, but to discredit both of them. I think it's a behind, kind of like this, you know what I mean? Like the sleight of hand. It's the little cockamamie scumbag attacker backwards way of discrediting Cindy.
I mean, she just sounds so sweet. I mean, anybody but sounds sweet. But I'm sorry, I don't think SW's mom sounds sweet. I can't say it.
Well, I had an interesting conversation with Star Mama earlier today about that.
They did lose 3 grandchildren, a daughter-in-law, regardless of how they got along with her, and they never have a life with their son. I mean, yeah, he's alive, but I don't think they can afford to travel to Wisconsin every weekend. And, that just mentally, that just wears you down.
Did you just say that she didn't have a good relationship with her daughter-in-law?
Well, she didn't, right?
Actually, in my opinion, I think Cindy Watts was the woman who Christopher Watts' wife was closest to.
I just go by what I hear. In pictures, though, I see her smiling more brighter and everything when she's with his mother than with her own.
Yeah, I think Cindy Watts was her role model. I think Cindy Watts was who she wanted to be like. I think she was the closest to Cindy Watts. I've always said that for over 4 years.
I mean, she
Cindy
just
Watts is exactly who Christopher Watts' wife wanted to emulate.
You're right, and I think that she had more of an issue with Jamie. I think SW totally jealous of her.
Totally jealous, and I don't think she basically wanted to have Christopher Watts have any connection to her. Like, I think she probably wanted Christopher Watts to be disconnected from anything at all. Anybody, really.
Yeah, much, yeah.
But I do think that she did have a good relationship with Cindy, and I think that she had a strong desire for the two of them to be perceived as, I think she wanted to be like Cindy. I think she tried year after year after year, and I do not believe any of the bullshit that we've been told. I don't believe it. Cindy, I do think, did walk on eggshells around her. I think Cindy catered to her. I think Cindy did whatever
Her
she
behavior
did so they'd get along.
was some sort of like bipolar or something. Because at the drop of the hat, she could just go, lose her mind, basically. I think the whole family is like that. Maybe not the father, but definitely.
Well, I think that if she's going to be charging toward her, if she's going to be charging toward her down the hallway, screaming that she attempted to murder Cece, then I think there is an issue there.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
And you could see it if you really study her videos and her photos. You can see the difference. I think it was straight up did a thing about manic depression and showed like the different stages on like how you switch.
Yep, the highs. Yep, the highs and the lows. Yep.
Yes, and I was like, oh my god. I immediately went back to all her videos, and you could tell when she was like in one of her manic episodes and when she was really depressed.
Yep.
And clearly she should have been medicated for that, not all the other crap she claimed that she had.
I think she probably was medicated for that. I don't think we're being told the truth at all about her mental health. I think she was severely mentally ill.
Long history going back to probably high school age, teen, if not longer than that.
Yep.
And I wish there was a way to get a little bit of that. Like, I don't even. Did she graduate from high school?
I doubt it. Or I think we would have seen a graduation picture.
And yes, and I did. I never did.
Let's face it. If she would have graduated from high school, we would have been told that she was valedictorian.
Oh, of course.
And she would have been homecoming queen too.
All of a sudden, she has that relationship with that teacher or counselor in school.
And she was younger then. She was quite a bit younger then too. I think she first had him as a teacher when she was only in the 9th grade. That's pretty young.
It is. I mean, I don't know what that's all about. I mean, maybe she just literally didn't have, I don't know what her relationship with her father was like.
Well, she said that the teacher was, she said the teacher was like a father figure for her.
Yeah. I mean, was her father alcoholic for a long time as well?
Yeah, it seemed kind of weird. It seemed, I mean, I didn't hear what you just said, but the teacher thing seemed kind of weird.
Yeah, that's a little odd for from 9th grade. I mean, she's, almost 40. And let's come out and say, no, I said, I heard her father was an alcoholic. years.
Okay. I don't think we need to talk about her parents, her brother, because there's so much to say as far as the. I think the role modeling. I would say leaning back more towards Cindy. I
Mhm.
think that she saw with Ronnie and Cindy, like I'm thinking of saying it in a positive way. I think when she met Christopher Watt's family, I think she saw in Ronnie and Cindy exactly what she wanted for her own marriage. And Christopher
They
Watt was
very getting close with each other.
what?
They seem very sweet and close with each other.
Exactly. And I think, they kind of had like the $1 million family, the little house all paid for. They never did the, fighting, separating, turmoil, whatever. I think she met that family, and I think that's what she wanted to be able to fit into. And I think she wanted to be just like Cindy Watts. When they met, Christopher Watts was working, doing the whole mechanic thing, right?
Yeah.
When they went out to Colorado, before they even got married, that she went to work. Christopher Watts' boss at the dealership offered her a job. I don't know if it was full-time or part-time.
Mm-hmm.
Offered her a job. Well, guess who else works at a dealership? Ronnie and Cindy Watts. You know? Yeah. Who has black hair? Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I saw pictures. Cindy sent me some pictures one time that I just thought, oh my gosh, it's almost like she was trying to look like Cindy.
Their hair color was very similar too.
And the expressions, I think people who are mentally ill will oftentimes copy expressions. Pay
Oh,
attention.
you know what I noticed also? A lot of the pictures of it looks like they're out like walking around Colorado or North Carolina when they had gotten together. The girls were a little bit younger. Um, Cindy always had the 31 bag, which I'm sure she bought from her daughter-in-law, like to support her. You know what I mean? And
Exactly.
those bags aren't cheap. I sold them. I didn't make any money, but not a
But
dime. But I owned a lot of bags.
I think Cindy was always very supportive. She said that about the Thrive stuff too, that she said they did not use any of the product,
Uh,
but they bought it because they wanted to be supportive of her. I think that what she had in Cindy was a female role model who she admired and respected. I think her meltdown that she had in early July of 2018, I think it had to do with an issue of custody and an issue of divorce and an issue of control and power. I don't think that it had anything to do with Cindy.
you think she just kind of like lost it out of desperation because everything's crumbling?
I think she had her meltdown because I think her world had already fallen apart and she knew it. I don't think she went to North Carolina for a vacation. I think she was taken to North Carolina for a divorce. I think she was already removed from the home. I don't think she was supposed to go back to Colorado. I think the girls were supposed to go back to Colorado with Christopher Watts. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think she was supposed to go back to Colorado. I think that separation in that summer, end of June, early July, I think that was taking her out of the home.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Because
She didn't
first of all,
adopt her.
planned a summer vacation just to go and visit her family, his family. I mean, that's fine. People do that every day. But within a couple of weeks, noticed that she wasn't getting along with him and he was being distant. I mean, I would have got my ass on a plane and been like, what's going on? I wouldn't have stayed there and continued to argue over a phone or through text messages.
She was talking about how she was stuck with the kids while he was living like the bachelor. I think they were already over. And I think she knew it. And I think that she went to North Carolina, and I think she instantly became miserable. She didn't do her videos. She didn't bounce around saying, hey guys, my hair looks like a mess. You know, she didn't do
No.
any of that. I think the marriage was over. I think she was basically dropped off at her parents' house. I think that the girls were being supervised. I think the end goal was that on moving day, Christopher Watts and the girls were going to move back to Ronnie and Cindy's house. And I think they were going to stay there a short time until he got situated with work and their own place.
You don't think he would have stayed in Colorado?
Nope. No, that coworker was nothing but a coworker. I don't think she was into him.
Where she was obviously a loon. He would have figured it out.
I don't think she was a loon. You think she was a loon? No way, really?
I just
wasn't she like a geologist or something?
Oh no, I'm not saying that she was very smart, you can tell. But I'm just the way she came off in the interviews. Can you hear me? I dropped my phone. I don't know if anyone can hear me.
Yeah, the connection's kind of weird. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. I couldn't do that. Oh my gosh. I'm hitting two buttons at the same time. So I had to go, hold on, not you, the other one. No, but I want to say this about NK really quick. She actually is very smart. Her degree is a very challenging degree to have. She's kind of like a tomboy. She's, I guess if adult women are tomboys, but you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And she is more assertive. She's more self-confident. She does have a lot of good going on. She's not like all of these channels that are making all these terrible comments about her. They're lies. She's a very successful career woman who happened to have been doinking her coworker.
Yeah.
But she was not into him. She was not into him. And I don't even think he was into her. I don't. I think he knew damn well he was heading back to North Carolina. And I think that he would have depended on his parents to help raise the kids, just as his grandmother helped to raise both him and his sister.
Mm-hmm. And plus, Ronnie and Cindy bought all that stuff. You're not going to go out and buy this in the pool.
Yes, exactly.
And they weren't staying with them the 6 weeks full time.
Exactly. And
like a 3-day weekend.
And Ronnie and Cindy also offered to go help him. Well, help him with what? And the answer was help him with the kids. Well, help him with the kids when? You know, they wouldn't have expected his soon-to-be ex-wife to be there. I don't think. I think it was a known thing. I think that it was a transition time for the girls to be able to spend part of their time, like 4 days, 4.5 days, whatever, with one set of grandparents, and a few days with the new, you know, the paternal grandparents. They knew both grandparents just fine. I think that was a transition time. I don't believe that Christopher Watt's wife was going to have parental rights after that time frame because of what some people who have called from North Carolina have said about that time frame. And think about this. If she's pregnant, then why wasn't she seeing a doctor in Colorado?
She could have saw a doctor in North Carolina, and that outer network stuff crap.
It's total crap. And yet, even before
she to treat her, I don't care where you are. And I mean, maybe she would have gotten billed for it, but you can make arrangements to pay $10 a month as long as you're given them something.
Well, no, that's not even the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking is why didn't she see a doctor in Colorado at all? You know, and then she's going to take off for 6 weeks pregnant? I don't think so. Hey, Star Mama.
Hey, my internet just come up.
Oh, okay.
What y'all doing?
Oh, we're just talking about, well, we started talking about the dinko.
Oh, yeah.
I really think I think you nailed it early on, Star Mama. I think that this whole thing is to discredit Cindy.
Yeah. Something going on, that's for sure.
There's just no way that that is going to be anything that's going to make her look good. She's changing the nap thing, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I didn't see it because the text message said 1 hour and something, but the video is 48 minutes.
Oh no, that's a little one. You have to go into the longer live that he did.
Oh, so there are two of them?
Yeah. This one was at 1 hour and 12 minutes in. It's where she starts saying what happened and mentioned nothing about the ice cream or anything. It was all over an app.
Sergeant and Mr. Smith, you're gonna love this house. Beds in a closet. There's no
Commercial. Hold on.
USA orders
Asshole.
adjourned.
Let's see here.
The right way. Restrictions apply.
The asshole. There it is.
Shares correct. I saw that KK person texts them as soon as like he was reading chats from other creators and thing. I think a chat from Lana came up.
Yeah.
And he pulled it
Oh,
down.
and he said he didn't want it or
All
something?
was some help because this whole thing with everybody stalking everybody and harassing, they're trying to like take her kid or something.
Yeah.
What?
And yeah, that's I don't know. You'd have to watch her stuff. I watched some of her stuff, but not all of it, because a lot of
Well, I'm
the
not going to
things-
watch her stuff. I'm not going to watch her stuff because I know who she associates with.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. I just watched some of them, you know. But she said
But-
that she was just
That's terrible. That is absolutely terrible if anyone's trying to pull that crap.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm at the
somebody
1
trying to
hour
take
and-
her son from her. Yeah. 1 hour and 12
I'm at-
minutes. Mhm.
Okay. Oh, I've got him muted. Go figure. Oh, he's raking in the
So
dollars.
okay, I might as well while you're here.
Can you
Okay,
hear him?
like,
Mhm.
not like every day I'm going to have it on the channel because I don't know, you know, how often this may occur in the future. Really,
Can you guys hear him?
No, we're going to get crucified
I
for
can
this.
hear him. Yeah.
We're already get crucified?
Yeah.
All right. So in the next couple of days or the next week or so, I'm actually going to be showing where I walked through your house.
Okay.
When where you videoed me, yeah, when Shadan screamed at you and went off ahead.
Yeah.
On that fateful day. Okay.
Okay.
And can you just quickly say there where the
Oh, he's reading a script. He had to read a script.
Yeah.
Where they were when she came storming out?
Yes.
No, Bella, Dylan, Cece were in the bedroom,
Ooh.
and she came storming out saying that I tried to kill Cece. And
She has
I'll be
changed her story.
Mhm.
you see that
I think she's
that makes no sense to me. That
exactly right. It doesn't make any sense. And I think
SW walked into the room, all the there,
why I think she's
stormed
reading
out.
it. I think
Just
she's
letting you
reading
know,
it.
I'm just letting you know she's changing it. And listen, she'll say, best she can remember. Listen to this. Yeah, listen. Yeah.
She is reading it. She said she's going to be crucified for this. Okay? For
Good.
this.
Mhm.
Pay close attention to She's going to be crucified for this. Okay. She knew damn well. She's reading it, and Dave was reading a script also. This is scripted bullshit. And I think that Cindy is being advised very poorly. My hunch is probably by her daughter to take part in this crap. And what it's going to serve to do, it's going to discredit Cindy big time. She cannot go on for over 4 years saying that Cece threw herself down on the floor screaming, and that's when her daughter-in-law went ballistic. And then suddenly say,
Do you know if her daughter-in-law was there that day? Saw what went down?
the daughter or daughter-in-law?
It was Jamie there that day.
Yeah, Jamie was there right before it happened.
Oh, so she didn't witness the entire thing.
Jamie was there right before it happened, and Jamie was there. Christopher Watt's wife got on the phone with her mother and said she was being tag teamed. So she's talking on the phone with her mother before she has a weird meltdown. And, you know, she saw razor blades laying all over the house, too.
Oh, that's not even mentioned. That's not mentioned. The only thing she's saying is that if she comes storming out of there because she didn't want Dylan in there when the girls were trying to take their nap.
Yeah, so I mean,
she's changed it. She's changed the whole thing.
I'm telling you, she's reading a script because she said,
Mhm.
I am going to be crucified for this. The
Yeah.
way she's saying for this, if somebody's asking you a question, hey, tell us about whatever, an open-ended question.
Yep.
It is not a finite object in your hand like her script is that she's reading. I'll betcha. And if you watch the video of Dinko, he is reading a script. Right at this part, you can see it. You can see his little bulgy eyes bounced over to his script. No, you can, really. Well, you know what I'm saying, how they're kind of like, yeah.
You're putting it nice compared to what I do. Yeah.
Now, I have a question. I know, obviously, no trial or anything, but was Cindy and Jamie ever questioned by law enforcement to give any
Not that I'm aware of. Nope, not that I'm aware of. But take a look at these what are they called? Super chats.
Oh yeah, look how much they are. Yeah, look at them.
Yeah, boy, it looks like the scumbag attacker team that has put old Dinko in the front line. It looks like they're raking in a few bucks. I wonder how many of those dollars are promised to these, special guests.
And I don't know, but he almost starts crying in the end. It's pitiful. It really is.
Well, he is. Some actors can cry and some actors can't cry. Yeah. That is one thing he can do.
Yeah, he can.
But I noticed something he has trouble with is establishing like eye contact.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot though. He's got to read his script. Never mind.
There, and I got Dylan, and I told her, I said, come on. Shanann is back here while they're sleeping. And Shanann said, well, they won't go to sleep if she's back here. And I said, come on, Dylan, let's go. Let's go. And Dalton, and we just left. No, we left. We just left. And that was the end of it. From I can remember.
Oh, bullshit. Bullshit.
I told you. Yeah.
Oh, please. Are you kidding me?
She's making what she said in that phone conversation out to be a total different story, that you have.
Let me tell you, I'm telling you, Star Mama, I'm telling you, Bassett Bay, I'm telling you, Chatters, Bobs, all of you guys, I'm telling you, Dave is a scumbag attacker. Dave is a liar. Dave is a self-proclaimed liar. So I'm not telling you anything we don't already know that he hasn't already admitted, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't like older women. He is very mean-mouthed to older women. They are absolutely not being careful with Cindy's presentation.
Called me
Mhm.
menopausal.
They're setting her up. They are
Mhm.
setting Cindy up to be discredited. And it makes me wonder if Ronnie and Jamie are part of it.
Yeah. Ronnie was sure getting a kick out of it.
I mean,
Well, I
it's
bet maybe they
downplaying.
get a sneaker of each of the top chats. Maybe when Ronnie saw the top chats going up there, he was getting a kick out of it.
Oh, they
I
were thanking
wonder.
everybody. They were thanking everybody. Yeah. Hmm.
It
Just
sounds like,
weird.
to me, it sounds like she's trying to downplay the original story, but I don't know why.
But it's more than downplaying. It's absolutely changing it.
Yeah, she's
It,
completely changed the story.
yeah, she's
It has
completely
now
changing the
nothing to do
story.
with the ice cream or the nuts in the ice cream or
And
anything.
did you hear
She
her when
totally
she
avoided that.
did
Hmm.
you hear her say about, well, that's what I remember or something like that?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I think
That's
she's
the
reading a
best
script.
I remember. The best I remember. Yeah.
I think it's a script
And
written.
that's why I had asked you if she had given those statements to law enforcement. Well, she was at my house and the ice cream, blah blah blah, like we've all been hearing over and over again for 4 years.
Well,
Right.
everybody's always said it was about the ice cream and nuts in the ice cream. Even SW side of the family in their interviews, it's just now that Cindy's changing. This is the first time it's going over an app. Never heard this before until this come up. Till old Davo said it's gonna come about. First I ever heard about it.
But it makes no sense because she said she wasn't gonna. They weren't gonna get their proper naps,
Hmm.
and you tried to murder my daughter.
Yeah, it doesn't make
What?
sense.
Because she couldn't get a nap? It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's just like he's got her reading letters from 2020, and he wasn't even on YouTube or knew anything about this case. He wasn't on this case in 2020. He'll just be 2 years in December, and he wasn't even around in um, March or April or May of 2020 when she's reading these letters. He wasn't on this case then. So I don't even know what he's interested in the letters all at once. And then he's saying he thinks he's not sure if NK's a practicing witch, but he knows she's a witch. Really? What's
Oh,
wrong with him? You
I've been
know?
hearing of this other like it could be what they say like a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what he said. He said it could have been. He's not saying. And they didn't shut him up about that or nothing. Yeah, interesting, huh? Back to the NK thing again. Here we go.
And they said that Chris told them that it had something to do with Freemasons.
Hmm.
You got to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, and had nothing. He couldn't remember the 111-minute conversation he had. His mind's totally blank about that. Couldn't remember
Yeah,
what
why
went
they
on
think
in it. Yeah.
that's what's leaning them towards like this dark witchcraft
Hmm.
sacrifice.
That they started 4 years ago. Exactly. They're back on that kick now. Yeah. And how bad law enforcement was, and they weren't fair to them. They weren't fair to him, and blah this and blah that. You know, it's just I don't know, bugs me. You
Well, do you remember that interview that he had and he was saying he needed to get out of there?
know? Mhm.
Um he wanted to do that 35C and now she's saying he outright refuses an attorney to do anything.
Yeah. And then if you listen a little bit further in, like when that woman was up there, asking a question, she said she wanted to know because it was all about what she was going through right now. Had something to do with that. Then she said you could hear Sam getting an alert from somebody, and she
Yeah,
said it had something to do with that KK. Yeah,
that
she
was
said that.
Lana
Yeah.
because I guess back when she had helped Cindy
Yeah.
with, I mean, I'm not sure what, but she had helped her a lot. And
Not
there were some
not
lies
Cindy.
between creators, and some creator is like trying to take her daughter away.
Her
So
son.
she was
Yeah.
actually, she did a $20 super chat so that it would definitely be, brought up.
Hmm.
She was just asking Cindy if she could help her out, by like telling the truth, or I guess like maybe even testifying
Yeah.
that these things were lies, because
That she was
she
set
may
up.
lose her child.
Yeah. Yeah, and he took it down and blocked her. Yeah. Right. Did. He told her never to bring that filth back over on his channel again. Sure did. Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because she did a live and she showed exactly what she said. There was nothing, it wasn't like she was being rude or anything.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I know. I heard her say something about they were trying to take her son from her or something. It-
Her son, daughter,
and-
I didn't.
yeah. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know anything about that because I don't listen to her. I don't know anything about it at all.
No, I just heard like here and there when they bring her up. I don't really watch her stuff.
I don't either. I just know that my concern is why has Cindy totally changed, done a 1040 and just totally gone a different direction on what she said in that phone conversation that she did with MM 4 years ago. I don't get it. And she said everybody was attacking her back in 2018. Nobody was helping. Well, MM tried to put her voice out there, made her voice public for her. So she didn't even give her credit for that, at all. And
And
that's kind of sad because she was
that's not
trying to put
fair.
her out there.
It's not like Miss Mensa was mean to her.
No, she let her talk. She just
Oh,
asked her to, people wanted to hear her voice and hear her side, and uh, she put her on there and let her talk. And this is not the same story, not even close to the same story. And it's it's a shame because I can't figure out anything that's going on other than the fact they're just trying to discredit um, Cindy in the worst way. And she doesn't even realize it's ding dongs right behind it. You know, terrible.
it is. That's really terrible.
And I can't believe that they're being supportive of a man that talks about women the way he does and has the attitude he does. Because he was
I'm
doing this that he was doing this stuff before he ever even attacked
wondering
us.
if they watch many, because they were having such a hard time even getting up on live and stuff, and they were
Yep.
like very confused by it. So I don't
Yeah, they didn't know how to
think
get up there,
they
how to shut
participate
YouTube down.
in
Then he
live
then he
stuff.
give him a wrench. Then he give him a wrench so they can um,
Yeah,
block people that say bad things about him. I thought a ridiculous thing. That's,
yeah,
why
but
would he even
Cindy,
involve him in it?
even Cindy even said something to the effects of, "I won't block anybody, or I wouldn't know how," or something.
Hmm. But she wouldn't let him talk bad about him either. Oh, I'm sure she knows how. These people listen. It's just like the other side of the family. They all are on here listening to YouTube all the time. They just, for them to say that they're not on listening or they don't know what's being said or part of it, it's not true. They know. Um, they do know what goes on, and they have from the very beginning. They've been part of it.
Well, I know her family's all over it.
Mhm. But this just is totally. It really makes her, puts her in a bad light because it's going to make her. Are they trying to discredit her because she may know something that she's not saying? And when she decides to talk, or maybe it's something that would help her son uh, someday, is she's not going to be believed because they're discrediting her now? Is that the purpose in doing this? Does she know something that would make a difference? I don't know. I'm just saying it's possible. I
It
think
is.
it's a big possibility.
It doesn't. I mean, she's still kind of saying a similar story. that Shanann flipped out over something that really not a big deal.
Over a nap, though, not over the ice cream, not over an allergy, not
Why?
over the nuts. Totally different.
Yeah, it's totally
Totally.
different. Totally different. Hey guys, I went ahead. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
Yes.
I went ahead and wrote down what I was thinking
Mhm.
because I kept losing my train of thought. So I stepped away and I wrote this down.
Okay.
Just some scribbles. But right from the beginning, Cindy Watts has been the target. Somebody is very jealous of Cindy Watts. I think that the campaign, or whatever you want to call it, the hate fest, I think that has been going on right from the start. Look at those police interviews.
Yeah.
Look at how every single person, oh, well, she didn't get along with your mother-in-law. Bullshit.
Yeah, right from the very beginning in the interviews and everything, they start. Even before that, they started. They sure did.
Yes.
Yeah.
And everyone was singing the same song, weren't they? Oh, she
Mhm.
didn't go to the wedding. Well, neither did anybody else, right? Cindy Watts was targeted right from the start.
No, only the grandmother and whoever drove her there. But there's actually wedding photos of the grandmother looking just completely annoyed, like she's being ignored.
The grandmother was ignored the entire time except for the little photo shoot they had with the dance. But anyway, here's what I'm thinking. The scumbag attackers were organized, recruited, some were paid, some have admitted to being paid. Some have admitted that they were told, oh, don't worry when you attack Miss Mensa because she's not a real person. So you can go ahead and attack her. Okay. The attacks were organized. They were despicable. And in my opinion, they were organized by a bunch of psychos. Okay. And it's interesting that Cindy Watts has been attacked from the very beginning by the scumbag attackers. Now, think about this. Look at the history of what I would call throwing Cindy under the bus. Cindy told me a story that the lawyers flew to North Carolina to speak with Cindy in person to tell her she was not allowed to be on social media. Cindy looked over at her husband, she looked over at her daughter, and she realized they both knew that the lawyers were flying in to tell her face to face that she was not allowed to be on social media. Think of the sense of betrayal. If your own husband and your own daughter kept that secret from you,
Mhm.
that's kind of huge. Now, think about, I can't read my writing. Let's see. I scribbled fast. Oh. The weekend that Ronnie flew out with Lana and Jay is for Justice, Cindy wasn't even home. She had other plans that weekend. I don't think she even knew about it. I do not believe she knew about Ronnie flying out to Colorado. And I think that the way she spoke about KK, Cindy told me she would never speak to her again. And she said all sorts of terrible things as her reasons why she would never speak to her again.
Mhm.
And then kaboom, as soon as a lawyer offers pro bono assistance, they choose to go with KK? I don't think Cindy even knew it. I think Cindy has been getting thrown under the bus over and over again by the scumbag attackers, but unfortunately, I think she even has people closer to her who are actually kind of paving the way for it to happen.
Mhm. I think so too.
And if you take a look at those super chats on that channel, on that video, I'm kind of wondering what's paving the way. What's paving the way? So think about this. Cindy was told by Christopher Watt's lawyers, according to Cindy, face to face, she was not allowed to be on social media. Think about how Christopher Watt's wife's Facebook account was kept active. It was not turned into a legacy account. It was not deleted. Those are the two choices you have when somebody dies. Hers remained active. That means somebody during her lifetime had her passcode. Somebody during her lifetime had access to her account. Okay? Well, what about Cindy's? What about Cindy's account? She's told by Christopher Watt's lawyers that she's not allowed to be on social media, yet there are many posts out there from Cindy's account. So who might have Cindy's passcodes? I think Cindy has been getting thrown under the bus from the very beginning by a bunch of people, scumbag attackers included, and in my opinion, family members included. I think she's been targeted because I think it's a moneymaker. I think she's also been targeted by a certain select group that is hired, recruited, whatever, because of jealousy, sheer jealousy.
I believe that totally.
I think Dave has proven over and over again that he's a scumbag attacker. He proved it within the first week. And definitely by the time he got his stupid Star Trek chair and tried to sit up taller. I think he has proven repeatedly that he's a scumbag attacker. So for there to be any contact whatsoever and for it to be so obvious that it's bullshit, I think it's another attempt by whoever recruited the scumbag attackers to try to discredit Cindy.
Oh, and this live was last minute. It hadn't been planned. But he sure made sure that she got up there and directed people like what was going to go on in this coming up video about the so-called nap, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all planned.
What better way to discredit her than to have her tell some cockamamie story that she's never told before?
Yep.
You know, I think it's a pure, all the way, no exceptions. I think it's a scumbag attacker move. And I think Cindy is once again getting thrown under the bus, not only by the scumbag attackers and whoever hired, recruited, or begged them to take part. I think that actually her own husband and her own daughter are also taking part. And I believe, in my opinion, they've been taking part from the start. Did you ever see Ronnie's Facebook account get attacked? No, you didn't. He left his Facebook account wide open. He didn't get attacked at all. But
didn't? Nobody went on there and said anything after all this happened?
Ronnie didn't get attacked at all. He left his Facebook group wide open and he didn't get attacked.
Wow.
So why? And why is it that they always say Cindy Watts didn't go to the wedding? Ronnie Watts didn't go to the wedding. Jamie Watts didn't go to the wedding. Why is it always Cindy, Cindy, Cindy?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it Cindy didn't like Christopher Watt's wife? From the looks of things, it looks to me like Jamie didn't like Christopher Watt's wife.
Yeah.
I think Cindy has been getting the short end of the stick, I'd say. But if your husband and your daughter know that there is a team of lawyers flying in to tell you face to face you can't be on social media, you would certainly expect them to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, is the entire family just a bunch of doormats? What, did they call and say, don't tell your mother, but we're going to come in and lecture her in her own home? And they said, okay, we won't tell her. No. If you get a call and the team of lawyers is flying in to lecture your mother to not go on social media, why did they have to fly there for that? You know, I think phones have been working pretty well, you know, for a few decades. Why would they have to fly in a team of lawyers to go to her house and to confront her and tell her to stay off social media?
I wonder about that.
Did somebody in the family say, well, we've tried, and she won't listen to little old me. I've tried. She won't listen. She might need you to fly here and tell her yourself, because I just don't know what to do. But who had access to Cindy's account? Who on
She's
earth
pretty
had
good,
access
isn't she?
to
Yes.
Cindy's account? Because somebody would have had to have had access to Cindy's account. And could it be that there were things posted using Cindy's Facebook that Cindy has no clue were ever posted? Because it sure seems to me that Christopher Watt's wife had that problem going on.
Yep.
Somebody had her passcode, or her account would have been shut down, or it would have been turned into a legacy account immediately. And it wasn't. That means somebody has her passcode.
Mhm.
Somebody has control over her Facebook. Well, who has control over Cindy's Facebook? I'm just saying, this whole thing stinks to high heaven. It stinks to high heaven. Cindy Watts is not a loser, okay? Cindy Watts is not, I don't know. She's not a terrible person. She's not stupid. She's not lazy. She's not crazy. She's not any of those things that people want to say she is. Cindy Watts, there's no way in hell she would be associating with a scumbag attacker like Dave if she knew who she was associating with. There's no way. He calls women cunts. He calls women bitches. He calls women witches. He calls women old hags. He calls women all sorts of terrible things. And didn't he admit that he hates women?
Oh, just the ones that doesn't agree with him on everything.
Oh, okay. So he just hates us then.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
A selected group of women. Yeah.
the way he came into this case discussion less than 2 years ago, and he tries to act like he knows everything. And then there's this stupid new channel. She gets up there. Oh, well, you know, I just have to say, I've been watching other channels and, oh, you know, Seeking the Truth with Dave. Oh, yeah. You know, all the research that they do. Are you kidding me? If you think Seeking the Truth with Dave has done any research, then maybe you should dig in a little deeper to the case yourself, you know? I mean, he is like the drive-through for info.
Yeah.
Because he gets it from us. He gets it from Set the Record Straight. He gets it. Well, he doesn't get anything. He just gets to take a nap while his writers write his crap. He doesn't know the case. I've invited him a million times to hop up on the panel. Let's talk about the case. He doesn't want to because he doesn't know the case. He doesn't.
But why
And
would he jump up there when you ask him up there to make sure it was him? Why all at once would he start talking about this being over an app instead of the ice cream and the nuts? That was and now he's still, all this time, it's not anything been said about it till now.
Well, look at the super chats. Look at the super chats. Yeah. And I'll just bet you that a portion of that is promised to the family. I'll bet you.
Yeah, and he said a couple of them are big supporters on his Facebook group too. Yeah.
You know, some of the attacks are not as obvious as others, okay?
Yeah.
What they are doing right now to Cindy Watts with that video on his channel, in my opinion, they're attacking her. They're just doing it in a different way. It's more subtle. It's more subtle to just try to make her look stupid. It's more subtle to just try to make her look confused. Did you hear her script? She said, oh, as much as I can remember, or from what I can remember, you know.
Yeah.
What is it with Southerners and Australians that they don't say an R? Have you noticed that? Remember? I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think they're making a fool of her intentionally and maliciously. I think they're trying to make her look like she's some kind of ditz.
Can you hear me?
And that you pretty much can't trust anything that she says.
Right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I don't think she forgot one thing from that day because she
I
was
don't think
told
so either.
she would never see those kids again, and she said she knew she wouldn't
Yeah,
because
she did say that.
that's the
Exactly.
way she was. So
And
that
did you
that
hear what
sticks
she
in
just
your
said?
head. It's a devastating thing to hear. So she remembers.
And Cindy just got through saying that, and that was it. That's all she remembered. And that is not it at all. She remembered a heck of a lot more. She said when she got back from driving around with the grandchildren in their car, that her daughter-in-law was still just as upset as she was when Cindy took off with the grandkids, and that she was standing there by the window watching for her ride, and that she snarled at Cindy and said that these kids will never step foot in this house again.
Do you think she's
That
taking
was it.
medication? I do. I think she's taking medication
I don't know. I don't know.
because it doesn't seem like the person that I've
I
heard.
don't. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily what's going on. I think she's being told what to say.
Yeah.
I think she trusts her husband very much. I think she trusts her daughter very much. And I think that her husband and her daughter are telling her to go ahead and say what she's supposed to say, because she said very clearly, this is all Ronnie's idea. He's the one who's on board with this. He's the one who wanted to do this.
Mhm.
That's a pretty amazing statement for her to make, because what she's really saying by saying that is she doesn't want to take part in this crap. But she's doing it. No, I do. I think she's getting thrown under the bus again.
I get that maybe she feels uncomfortable, so she wants to listen to her husband and her daughter. But why would they have her change the story? I still can't. I can't come up with any reasoning for that.
Because they want to discredit her for anything that she knows that's really
But
important.
her own family.
I think she knows
Well,
something that's very important, and they don't want that out there. And if it gets out there, they want to make sure that nobody believes her. That's what I think.
right. I think she's been discredited from day one, and I think
Mhm.
unfortunately, I think her own family is taking part in it.
There's a reason for it.
Yes, and I think the reason is because the night before the nut meltdown, Christopher Watt's wife told Cindy Watts some pretty deep stuff,
Mhm.
some pretty glaring, I mean, very hurtful experiences that she had in her lifetime.
Yep, I agree. I
And
think,
Cindy,
yep.
and Cindy knows those details, and I think that they've been trying to discredit her from day one because they don't want Cindy talking. They don't want anybody to believe a word she says.
Yeah.
They were attacking her before she even talked.
Mhm.
They like to say, "Oh no, people just started, standing up to her, or whatever, because they didn't like her interview." No, for those of us, unlike Dinko Dave, who were actually discussing the case, 2.5 years before he came along. Well, what? No, not 2.5 years. Would it have been? Yeah, 2.5 years before he came along.
Yeah.
We know that Cindy Watts was being attacked really bad before she gave an interview.
Yeah.
She was already being attacked. So, it was terrible before she said a word. Just like me, just like about 8 or 9 other people, we were being attacked before some of us had ever even heard of this case. So they like to say, "Oh, well, she gave an interview, so people don't like what she said." Bullshit. I think what people don't like, I think the people who hired, recruited, whatever, I think what they don't like is that Christopher Watt's wife was closest to Cindy Watts. And she confided in Cindy Watts, and Cindy Watts knows things. I think that's probably a huge part of why Cindy Watts has been slandered, defamed, harassed, ridiculed, insulted, because I think there is somebody very jealous of Cindy Watt.
I agree with you, Cher. I do think that we're dealing with two seriously dysfunctional families. I do agree with you on that. Absolutely. I think both the families are dysfunctional. I sure do.
Well, if they weren't before, I think that experience, the tragedy, probably could have thrown everyone off kilter too.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't know how anyone could,
I'm
make
beginning
it.
to wonder if it is about money too, Judy, myself. I don't know.
Well, I think at this point it is this thing with Dinko Dave.
Oh yeah, that part. Yeah.
I think that's exactly what's going on, and I think that the negotiations have probably been going on for a long time. Like they finally reached an agreement, so they decided to get their techno stuff in gear and try to make it look like they were all a happy dappy group. He's a liar. He admits it. He's a liar, okay? He lied about June. Do you guys remember what happened in June? Do you remember? I don't know. How much money did he make then? He was lying, you guys. If you want to be a subscriber to somebody who absolutely is lying to you, I don't know. Is that your thing?
Yeah, and at the end of it, he was showing pictures of the Watts house in June of 2022. Why isn't he showing the ones that he took in September of 2022 that he said he did? I thought that was odd too.
When were they taken? In July?
He said June of 2022. He was showing pictures that said June of 2022, not September when he was supposedly there with.
Wow,
Yeah,
good
see?
eye, Star Mama. He
Mhm.
was showing pictures that said June of 2022 when he was supposedly there.
Yeah, in September. Why wouldn't he show the most recent ones?
Well, maybe they were going to go ahead and lie and try to pull off the June thing, but maybe people were calling them out on it, and so they decided to shift.
Yeah, I think that's
So,
exactly what happened.
But everything.
Because remember, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
yeah, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant that he's a liar.
Mm.
Oh, do you think KK is still pulling the strings?
I'm
Because
wondering.
if so, Cindy would be totally in the dark about that.
Well, Ronnie said on the live last night that when they were talking about Lana making a comment, he said, "Oh, KK just told me that they can still see me on the live." So he moved his computer. So yeah, they're still talking.
So KK's involved with that? So that would mean, is KK on the same pack with
I don't know
Dinko Dave?
hack, but she texted Ronnie's phone while the live was going on saying,
Oh, that's what they do. That's what they do. If you pay attention to Alice Cooper's live chat, she'll accidentally say the name of one of the scumbag attackers who does that. She texts these people during their live chats and she tells them what to say. Wow. So KK texted Ronnie during the live chat?
yeah, you can hear like the ping of his
Yeah,
phone
you can hear the
while
ping.
he gets the text message. Sorry. You can hear his.
So that's really interesting because then that means that the pack is still there. Wow. So Dinko Dave must be part of that pack then. Wow. So all the other ones failed on the front line. So they brought in Dinko Dave.
On like Lana flipped out that she was doing a live about what went on in with all the comments, everything that was going on in the live chat.
Yeah, he really read her the right act, man.
What
He
happened?
called her everything in the book. Yep.
I don't know. I used to think she was halfway okay, but then when I found out who she associates with, it's like, nope,
Yeah.
no way.
I don't think anybody should be attacking her, trying to take her child away, but
Yeah, that is
she
ridiculous.
brings a lot of
That's
that on herself, you know.
over something you're discussing on YouTube.
Yeah, that's
Well,
too
they
much.
should
Yeah.
never ever bring. They should
But
never
they
ever.
go, that's a problem. They go real life on people. They do. Can tell you
They
from
should,
experience, so can Emmett. They do that. What they do.
but they should definitely. I mean, if they want to do their, panties at 7-Eleven or whatever kind of crap, that's one thing. But they should never involve anybody's kids. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yep,
She was
they
in a
turned
fight
down actual help to go
with
with.
her child. Yeah.
They turned down actual help to go with a circus on YouTube.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I do think Cindy was in the dark about it.
Yeah. I have a feeling she's been in the dark about a lot of things.
Yeah, I do too. And I have a feeling her daughter's going, now, Mama, you just do what I say. Everything will be fine. Daddy, talk to Mama. Mama, you listen to us, or we'll have those lawyers come talk to you. I think I would be pissed. I'm sorry. I would be pissed if my son was in jail facing, triple murder, quadruple, whatever. If that was going on, I mean, you guys are moms, forget that noise. If your son's lawyers are flying that far to say, now you stay off of social media, I'd say,
Good luck
really?
with that, telling me that.
Really? Yeah, good luck, honey. Good luck.
Mhm.
How about you don't waste your time flying around the country? How about you go defend my kid?
Yep.
Is
But
that legal? Can they even do that? Can they tell you stay off social media?
well, they can advise you. They can
Yeah,
advise
to
you.
fly to your home and demand that you stay off, that's a little bit deep.
Well, it probably is good advice, obviously, if you're right. But I'm saying the whole thing is flying that far
Mm.
and telling Ronnie and telling Jamie, but not telling Cindy. Like
Should
what?
have had a conference
What's
call,
wrong
you
with
know.
calling? A simple
Good
phone call to
question.
say, hey, we think maybe you should stay off social media because you're going to get backlash because of
Because
what
of the
happened.
distance, most attorneys would have a conference call with the family, you know.
Why
Not
I
fly
think
there.
I think the instruction could be something like, if you care about protecting your son or helping your son's defense, stay the hell off of social media, But it just seems pretty clandestine. I don't know, kind of weird. Something more was going on. There's some other reason. I would think, I'm thinking out loud, there had to have been some other reason for them to fly all that way. And for them to keep it a secret from Cindy.
And she was upset, remember, that she brought it up again that the other family got a visit from the district attorney's office, but they never did.
Yeah.
Why would they get a visit from the district attorney's office? It's their son.
I don't know, but they're bugged about that they spent 3 days with the R's and they never give them 1 day.
I
She's
think
been upset
basically,
about that all along.
they want to know why they were kept from having any communication with him whatsoever. From the time he confessed the plea deal was over, they didn't let him. She wrote letters. They're like, oh, we didn't get it, and all these stupid excuses.
Okay, that's a separate thing. The thing about the DA, they would have no reason at all to go spend 5 seconds with Ronnie and Cindy.
Exactly, because they're on the defense side, and the DA's office is the prosecution, so
Yeah,
be a
there's
conflict of interest.
it would be a major boundary violation for them
Yeah,
to
they
go.
have to go through their attorney, his attorney.
Well,
That's what they do.
I don't think Cindy and Roddy were complaining about that much. It was more Dave being loud about that.
Oh, that's right, because Dave knows our laws. He keeps
Yeah.
saying, remember? He
He's like,
knows so much about our
DA
law.
flew all the way to North Carolina, and they didn't even stop to talk to Cindy and Ronnie and let them know what's going on. And I'm
There's
thinking,
no way they should have ever spoken with Ronnie and Cindy. That's ludicrous. And then what was the next thing? What'd you say after that, Bassett baby?
I forgot already.
I'm sitting there going, what was it? Star Mama, do you know?
What?
Yeah, her memory's way better than mine.
Which part are you wondering about? What happened?
What did Bassett baby say after the DA thing?
After the that she thought that was more Dave putting that out than Cindy. No, that seemed to be him pushing that more than they were about why didn't the district
He was
attorney's
more
office.
like,
He's got a
he's
problem with the
going on and
district
on
attorney's
about the
office.
DA didn't go to
Mhm.
see them for whatever reason, but we all saw what happened when he was outside the DA's office.
Oh, I know
With
what
his
it was.
mouth rambling, I'm like, he's never going to be able to fly to America after that.
I know what it was. It was
What?
that they didn't have contact with Christopher Watts
Mhm.
Yeah, I
from
mean,
the time he got arrested until he did his plea deal. And they're complaining about that. You know what? They had a responsibility during that time frame if they didn't have contact with him and if they felt they should. But he has to agree to them having contact with him. So what if he sat there saying, no, I don't want to speak to them?
Yeah.
Is that maybe a sad reality that maybe Cindy Watts isn't facing?
Yeah, because she kept talking about it being 93 days, and the certified letter she sent was laying on his bed after he was sentenced, and he
Yeah,
didn't get
she told
that.
me about that.
Yeah.
She told me about that she tried
Yeah.
to contact him by mail, and that he said that when he got back from the sentencing, when he got back from court, that it was laying right up on top of his cot.
Mhm. Yeah, she still said that.
do you think he didn't want to talk to his mother about any of it?
Well,
So
he did have lawyers. He did have good lawyers. And if he wanted to speak with his parents, then he, I think, could have. I don't think he wanted to speak to his parents. I don't. I just don't. I know that sounds sad, but I don't. Star Mama, you know what you said earlier today about
Mhm.
how you think he knows something or he's up to something?
Yeah,
I think Christopher Watts has something to hide that has nothing to do with murder.
yeah, I do too. You don't want to be called out about because it's not murder, but it's a crime.
Yes, I think Christopher Watts and his wife were involved with things they should never have been involved with.
I do too. Yeah.
maybe like on like an embezzlement type deal thing.
Worse.
Worse than that.
Oh, come on, give me something. I can't give me a
Those two.
worse than embezzlement.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
nothing's coming to mind. But I'm very interested.
Well, just imagine as flaky as she seemed in those videos
Hmm.
and how he'd stand right there and nod his head and act like everything was fine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Then think about all the pictures that we've seen. Look at the picture that Mia found.
Yeah.
What was it, Star Mama? April 22nd?
21st, 2018.
Yeah.
What was it? I miss a lot of Mia's because a lot of her lives are like 5-6 hours, and they're in the middle of the night, and I'm out cold.
This was over here. She come over on MM's live and told about it. It was a picture that's even up on some of MM's mm, introductions to the lives. It's a picture of the shape she was in, her body.
Oh, where she looked like she was very pregnant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And what date was that again?
April the
April.
21st, 2018, right before her trip to about 9 days before her trip to New Orleans. that
So
she
I
went by
wonder,
herself.
What,
so
which
I wonder
means
if it was full
if
term, and maybe that was the 6 weeks or something time frame too.
Yep.
But what is it that you say, Star Mama, that she said that time when they had financial issues, which they always had financial issues,
Oh,
but
she said she knew how to fix things, but he wasn't going to like it one bit.
so she knew how to make a big hunk of cash,
Hmm She knew
and
how
he,
to think she could fix. She knew how to fix things, but he wouldn't like it one bit. What she told him in those text messages and stuff. Yeah.
so does it make you wonder possibly if maybe there was a little side business going on?
Makes me wonder.
And if so, of course, he would have been aware of it. And if he was aware of severe mental illness, then that would put him in a really bad spot if he was allowing that to be occurring. And
I think she was
would
like
both
that when he
those
met her.
things mean life 150 plus years or whatever? Or would it be less of if he didn't murder anybody?
well, the other thing would be also that if she was severely mentally ill and if they were taking part in any kind of, you know, nefarious activities, then I mean that's a serious situation. If he would be taking part in any kind of terrible thing
What do they call it?
involving
Comparable, or something like that.
involving somebody who is severely
Oh,
mentally ill,
Mhm.
wasn't
not
there a
not a
rumor
good.
that they were trying to that she possibly had or was trying to get like disability and then disability kids? Like maybe they were lying about the illness to like fraud.
I think she was pregnant when she met him myself.
I think she was too, and I think that she was pregnant when he moved to Colorado too.
Because
You
she was
talk,
the one supposed to
talk
be
about that
moving for health
on
reasons, but he
far
went before her.
tale.
That's what's crazy. Why would he go before her when she was going for health reasons? Because that wasn't what it
Exactly.
was. It was for other reasons. Yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
That didn't make logical sense about that. Him going first when it was her health, supposedly. Yeah, right.
And remember too that it was a few months before Ronnie and Cindy met her.
Yep. And remember, Cindy said her weight would go up and down.
Yep, her weight kept going up and down, and oh, she was really big. Cindy said she was big. Yeah, I think she was having. I don't. We counted one time, didn't we, Star Mama?
I think last I counted was 7.
7. Yeah, I think 7 was the number.
Pregnancies?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Well,
here's
we talked about the fact that the scumbag attackers say that those of us they're attacking had babies when we were 14.
I know I've seen a picture of her in high school where she looked like she was very pregnant too.
yes. Wasn't she
I
one of
haven't seen one where she looks very pregnant, but I've seen one with a little baby bump.
so
The
where
one,
were other children?
the picture that you saw where she looked very pregnant. Do you know what outfit, what clothes?
She had a dress on.
She had a dress on, a side profile picture.
Was
It
it
was a
that?
side profile.
Was it the blue one?
A blue dress.
Mm,
Kind of like that crushy, not velour, but what is it? That
oh, that
crushy?
shiny, satiny looking one.
No, it's
I
more of
don't
a
think it was
crushy.
blue. I think this one was the green one that I seen. I know which one you're talking about.
So it's a different one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that'd be interesting to see.
Yeah.
I only saw the two. The one that Miss Mensa had on the beginning of her live, and the older picture of her side profile in a dress. She's standing there with a couple of other girls.
I've seen one with their family, and I've seen one with a couple of women, a couple of girls.
Yeah, I think she was pregnant when he met her. I think she was pregnant when he moved to Colorado. I think that,
She was pregnant in high school too.
yep, high school, and then let
You
me
guys
think.
private message
I
me.
think in Indiana,
I've heard any of it.
yeah, she's pregnant when she's in Indiana too.
With that thing to do.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I do.
I
What?
didn't think about that. Oh my gosh, you're
What?
brilliant. I didn't think about that because she was at that apartment. She kept signing off like she was at that apartment, and then back to the hospital, and at the apartment, and back to the hospital.
Wait, I missed that. What'd you say?
That she was pregnant when she was in Indiana.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I think she was. She was there for how long? Was it 5 weeks, 4 weeks,
It
something
was
like
over. It was over 4 weeks.
that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, kind of makes sense to me.
Would I wonder if she was surrogate? Remember, she mentioned wanting to do that.
But here's the thing, and I think this is what we were talking about why would Christopher Watts be sitting there not saying a word and wanting all the medical files sealed, right? Because
Yeah,
you're not going to choose her to be your surrogate mom. You're not going to choose her. When you choose a surrogate, you want people who are mentally stable, healthy, all that. She's running around the world saying she has lupus, fibromyalgia, store-bought boobs, celiac disease, high-risk pregnancies, fertility issues. Leaking store-boughts alone would make you not want to pick that surrogate, right?
Mhm.
That's a good point. Yeah.
You know, if you hear that your surrogate has lupus, I'm sorry. And no offense to anybody with lupus, you're not going to make a good surrogate. I'm
But if
sorry.
that's all kept quiet and you're portraying something else, then you're misleading people, aren't you?
Well, except I think he knew damn well she didn't have any physical health challenges.
That's what I'm saying. I think you know a lot.
Yeah, I think there was something, but even her mental health alone, if you're a mom and a dad and you're picking your surrogate, you're going to see one of her videos and you're going to go, no way in hell.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you know, do you want to learn how to peel an egg? Okay. You know, the people who are choosing their surrogates, they like it when they can find surrogates who are intelligent and, you know, have a strong moral fiber.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to pick her. I'm sorry, they're just not. She's
Nope.
I mean, what if they saw the Santa Claus video? Like,
Oh
there's
my
no way they
gosh.
would pick her.
That
That
makes,
Or
makes
yeah.
sense too, because why would you hide that you would surrogate? You know what I mean? People do it every day to help somebody out. I mean, it's nothing to hide if that's
She
what you're.
wouldn't have been doing it to help somebody out. She'd been doing it for money. I'm telling you. It wouldn't have been just
and
out of the kindness of her heart. Uh-uh. No.
and I highly doubt that they would have had direct contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had people like certain nurses and certain doctors even. And, you know, I'm still asking the question, why didn't she go in for prenatal care before she was chaperoned to North Carolina?
Exactly.
Especially if she's going to run around claiming to have lupus and celiac and everything, then she should at least fake it and get into her doctor
Yeah,
fast.
as soon as that home pregnancy test comes back positive, you're on the phone with your OB making an
Exactly
appointment.
right. Exactly. Especially if you're going to claim you're sick. You know,
Yeah.
what about the high risk pregnancy routine? You know, I mean,
And
stick to
and
the
also
story.
that was something else that Ronnie said, that he
Wasn't she
got the
35?
picture of the ultrasound after the stuff went down in North Carolina.
Yeah, he said out of the blue he got the picture
Hmm
4 weeks later.
And they didn't
Of
understand why she sent that picture to him, since they had said you were never going to see the girls again. And then they got the picture of he got the picture of the ultrasound, and they said we don't know what was behind that.
no,
Okay.
they did not know how to
Maybe she
respond.
was like
That's why.
Nana Nana Boo Boo. Maybe she was seriously that sadistic and that evil that she said, "Nana, nana, boo, boo. Here's the baby you'll never see."
That could have been.
Oh, I totally think it was a dig.
I do too.
Cindy said that they learned about the first pregnancy, or first, listen to me. They learned about the pregnancy with Bella from Facebook.
Mhm.
That's pretty sick. Guess what I'm taking right now? Can you hear my little opening things?
Vitamin D.
Vitamin D. Woo!
Your gummies.
My gummies. I like gummies. I can't get it to come out though.
I
Come
can only take the gummies. All the pills bother my stomach.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have acid reflux, so sometimes the capsules or like the
You
talking.
have acid reflux?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me this. Have you tried lemon water?
I just got lemons today.
You know what to do, right? You cut it in half. You squeeze a half a lemon in the morning in a full glass of water. Don't have anything else before you have your lemon water. And give it like, I don't know, what do you think, Star Mama? Like 15, 20 minutes before you eat anything.
Yeah, they say about 30 minutes actually.
Okay.
Really. I read about it and I was like, you know what? I'll give it a whirl.
It works.
Got lemons today, but
Yeah.
I know like if I eat like an orange or a grapefruit, I mean it's instant heartburn and stuff. So I'm wondering how can lemon water help me? But I'm gonna try it.
It makes a
Because Miss
difference,
Mensa and Star Mama said so. Yeah, definitely try it because it'll help you.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people talk about that working.
And you want to do it consistently. Don't do it once a week and then complain about it.
No.
Do it
Also,
consistently.
all I
Give it-
drink is water, and I like to have some kind of like flavor in it. Just a little like a flavor packet. So I can't just drink plain water because I'm weird. It has to taste like something, but I can't stand soda or anything.
I used to be like that, but here lately I can drink just plain water just fine.
Yeah, I'm a water
Yeah.
drinker.
Hmm.
I am a water drinker.
I live in Florida. It's 1,000 degrees every day, and I'm from New York, so I just sweat.
That's your accent. That's what it is. I'm like, where are you from?
Oh, I live in Florida for 18 years.
Well, and it's even the way you talk too. That is what it is. Oh my gosh. Thank you for saying that because I'm just like,
I'm a New Yorker. I was born and raised in New York.
well, and New Yorkers have a habit of like jumping on the sentence, and I'm just like,
Yeah, I know. It's
blah, 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 and then you jump on, and I'm just like, oh. But now that I know you're a New Yorker, it's good. It's like, okay, good. Yeah, you're just a New Yorker. I'll just jump right back. Okay, cool.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad to know that because I was just like, come on, girl.
No.
Oh, she was gonna jump on, but she held back.
Since I've been here,
Huh?
it hasn't. I haven't changed the way I talk since I lived here.
No, you sound very New Yorker, and I can't believe I
Yeah.
didn't connect it. Oh my gosh, as soon as you said it, I'm like, that's what it is. Ugh.
Now my
No,
daughter.
you know what I mean? When from different areas, people
Yeah.
it's just like opening doors too. I was just in I won't say for how long or where. Because I don't like to share my things with the scumbag attackers who are lurking, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I'm in one area where men hold doors open all the time, every time. I mean, like they will not stop standing there holding the door unless you hurry up and walk through the door. And in another area, they pretty much expect you to open your own door, or they'll open it part way and then pretty much expect you to hurry up or the door's going to come closing. It is so much nicer when you actually have the door held open. 'Cause I'm from that generation where men hold doors open.
Exactly. Hmm.
So you can really notice it then when you shift back and forth. It's like, oh, I forgot. I'm
No,
back in I'm back in the whole Neanderthal country.
I think I'm a little younger than you guys, so no,
Oh yeah,
don't.
I'd
open
say that's a safe bet. That's a Basset baby. That's a really safe bet on this panel.
Yeah. Well, you're both younger, way younger than me. So yeah.
I'm 49.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you're
you're
just a
a kid.
baby.
Yeah, you're a kid.
In case Dave's listening, he's very correct. I am menopausal.
Well, at 49, are you menopausal or perimenopausal? Let's go ahead and talk about our vaginas, you guys. We use that word only because Dave can't stand it.
Yeah.
Checkup. She's like, it's premenopause. I've been hearing that since I'm 40. Because if I complain to my doctor that, I've been really irritated, like it's premenopause. And I'm like, what?
Well, have they measured or no? Because they can run a simple test.
No. But I see my doctor in a month. Because in the last 6 months, I'm like starting to lose my mind.
Well, tell her or him to run the test to see if you are menopausal or not. There's
And
a little.
the hot flashes and the night sweats. I bought one of those $100 cooling blankets, which does work, by the way.
Hold on. I can't grasp that concept. What do you mean a cooling blanket?
It's called Best, BEST, or something like that. It's like a reversible comforter. It's almost like satin. So like if I'm sitting here and it'll get warm underneath it like a normal blanket, but if you flip it over, it's like putting ice cubes on you. It's so awesome.
But why have a blanket on you if you're too hot?
Because I'm completely weird and I have to be covered by something. I need something. I can't lay with nothing on me.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a cooling blanket. Like blankets are meant to be warm.
But I have a fan next to me, so it literally makes the blanket ice cold. So when I'm getting those
Hold on. You have a cooling blanket, a fan next to you, and I would say your doctor doesn't have to run that test because I think, yeah, you're menopausal.
Oh, I know.
I slept with the fan on me for 4 years, blowing in my face because I sweat so bad. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, in the last year, I mean, I live in Florida, so I'm from New York. So when I lived in New York, every time I came to Florida, I was like, who could live in Florida? It is so friggin' hot.
I have a question. Do you guys have a weighted blanket? I just got a new weighted blanket and I love it.
My daughter loves it.
I seriously love it. The first night I just got it a few nights ago. The first night that I got it, I slept 6 hours and then I, had to get up for 5 seconds. And then I thought, well, I'm wide awake. And it was at the normal time that I normally, would wake up. And then I'm like, I think I'm going to go ahead and go under the blanket again. And I slept for 3 more hours.
Yeah.
I've
heard that about him.
I love it. If you guys don't have a weighted blanket, get one now. It is exactly what sleep was meant to be.
My back is so bad. Every joint hurts. I'm definitely menopausal.
Yeah, you are.
Did you guys ever take anything over the counter to help?
I had instant menopause. No kidding. My OBGYN of 30 plus years, who unfortunately is retiring, and I just want to cry. I just cannot believe he's retiring. I hate how many doctors are retiring right now. I
A
don't
lot
like
of them are.
it. The
No,
good ones.
0 to 60 in 6 months. I'm like, bam, I'm here.
Well, he tested, I think it was at my annual physical, they tested, and then at my, because I have my OBGYN separate from my regular MD, and at my OBGYN, he tested, I can't remember exactly what it is he tested, but it's like the estrogen, something or other, blah, blah, blah. And he said that I was 100% menopause. And I'm like, what? Because just like a month before, I wasn't at my regular MD. And he said that it happens just in a really small percentage of women. I went from every 4 weeks to not at all.
Wow.
Nana,
Lucky
nana,
you.
boo, boo. Oh, it was wonderful.
How long did it take to do that?
1 month.
Oh, not happening here yet.
But I will say this, quite a few years later, and it was a terrible month. I will tell you that. It was a terrible month. And I always have kind of this weird theory because I was in a really cool yoga class and I had never done yoga before. Because where I'm from, yoga was kind of considered evil, like non-Christian. And like you weren't supposed to be messing with that kind of thing. And I agree to a big extent because like when they start talking third eye and all that crap, I always just kind of tone that down. I don't do any of that blah, 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 motions and all that. I'll stretch my body and I'll, do the double down, whatever. But I'm not gonna get into any of that weirdo stuff. But anyway, so I was in a yoga class and it was cool. It was 3 times a week and it was in this really cool dance studio and it was when I went to the school that had a lot of international students. And so I'm in this yoga class and our yoga instructor, we actually got college credit for that, you guys. I mean, that should scare everybody. And especially when you think about how much we paid for that yoga class because of the cost of tuition. Oh my gosh. I bet that's the most expensive yoga class on the planet. But she taught us how to change our body temperature.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm listening.
And she actually, I mean, we shivered and we started sweating. Like it was weird. Okay. And then after that, I didn't feel okay. Like I felt kind of sick. And I thought, oh, this is weird. They're probably like effing up our bodies somehow. And then I didn't feel good again. And I was just like, why do I feel kind of sick? What's going on? I just don't feel good. And man, then I just started having the sweats and I had, oh my gosh, I have a fever. Oh, I've got to have a fever. I went through hell all that month. Like I didn't feel okay. I just sweat so terrible. It was terrible. Oh, terrible. And that was when I had my old Saab convertible. And I remember sitting there before yoga class one time going, I just don't want to go in there and start sweating like that. So I really think she might have like messed up our furnaces or something. And that's the month that I went 100% menopause in that month. So I don't know if it was my yoga instructor who messed it up or what, but I was 100% menopause.
So what you're saying is I need to take a yoga class.
Yeah, yeah, her name was Jan. Her name was Jan. She's a brunette. She's really tiny. And they all are, right? Those yoga instructors are just like anorexic. But she's a real nice gal. And I don't know if maybe she messed up all of our bodies with her, changing her temperature routine. But yeah, it was 1 month. And that was one time, actually, I don't know if I had a concussion or not. Let me think. I don't think I had a concussion, but I had some bruising around my temple and around my eyes and stuff. So it might have been a concussion. I can't remember. Although the hospital I went to, the emergency room, is probably the crappiest hospital on the planet. So if they said I had a concussion, maybe I did, maybe I didn't, because they don't know what they're doing. But
How'd you do that?
I had was it my bike rack? Why would I have had my bike rack on my car in the winter? It
Or
must
did
have
you
been
slip
my
and
bike
fall?
rack. Huh?
Did you slip on the ice and fall?
I slipped on the ice, and then my trunk, I think I had my bike rack on, or maybe not. Maybe I bet you I had my old flat cross-country skis, my long ones.
Mm.
That's probably, because I know it was in the middle of the winter, and I clunked. Oh my gosh. It was like the loudest clunk too, man. But I was like kabammed. I totally almost self-destructed right there.
Oh,
And
boy.
I know it. And I called a friend of mine, and I'm like, oh, this isn't good. I'm in the emergency room. I had just gotten into town, trying to think. I don't know for sure if that was 2009 maybe, or whenever it was. No, it was 2010, because that was the year that I did my 1 month menopause. So anyway, I clunked my head really bad. I had just gotten in. It was, I think, at the Marriott. Yeah, it was the Marriott. And they were insisting that I seek emergency whatever, because, I clunked right at the front door. If I would have clunked further out in the parking lot, it would have been fine. They wouldn't have seen it. But, so I'm sitting in the emergency room, and I called a friend of mine, and I'm whining to him going, yeah, I hit my head. And bless his heart, he got right on an airplane and came to sit with me, not at the hospital, but because I was out of the emergency room by then. But he flew right to town because he was worried about me. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah. Yeah, lucky you.
Yeah.
I mean, well, he probably was bored anyway or something. I don't know. But he, because I had driven and I was driving back, and he flew in to make sure that I wasn't driving back by myself after I hit my head so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason I brought that up is because, or no, he got back on a plane. I don't know. It's so long ago. But the reason I brought that up is that when my doctor's office called and told me I was full menopause, I did like some cheering and woohoo and stuff. And then he's like, what's going on? And I said, I'm full menopause.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he turned a few shades of red. But that's why we like to talk about these things on this channel, so that people like, Dinko Dave and everyone can,
Mm-hmm.
like be happy that they're listening to
Choke
us.
on it.
Yeah. Listening tonight.
What?
If he was listening tonight, we're all talking about menopause and hot flashes, night
Yeah.
sweats.
Anytime we say the V word, it's for Dingo Dave.
Mm-hmm.
V word. V word.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're doing the night sweats and all that, honey, hang on, because
It's terrible. When it first started, I can't tell you how many times I took my temperature. Or
yeah.
walking around and I'm like, I have a fever. Look at me. And my face was beet red. And they're like, you feel cool to me. And I'm like, what? I'm on fire.
Well, and the way you react to is part of the whole menopause thing. It's like, what did you say? No. Is that it? What? Because you just kind of like, you just don't have any patience during that time frame.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like,
I lost my patience. My depression's through the roof.
I didn't have depression, but mine was only a month long.
You were lucky. You don't know how lucky you were.
After it started.
But you know what happened then? So I get used to not having, hey, Dingo Dave, listen to this word. Periods. That's for you, Dingo Dave. So you get used to it, right? 5 years later, 5, 6 years later, all of a sudden my endocrinologist got my Synthroid dose perfect. And guess what started happening?
Oh no.
You started getting your period?
Yes.
I
Oh, you better be careful. That's when those change of life babies happen.
Well, when that happened, of course, when it first happened, I was totally shocked, right? But then I called my favorite aunt, and she's like, "Oh, honey," because she's quite a bit older than me. Of course, she's my aunt, but she's the youngest aunt. Like, she's the youngest sibling, so she's not that much older. She goes, "Oh, honey, I'm still having, because evidently you can have full menopause and then you can start up again."
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, what?
Yeah, I've known ladies that have had gone for a year and not had them and then start back up. They just almost died.
I didn't go through menopause again, though. I didn't have to go through any of the hot flashes or anything. But yeah, when they got me on the right dose of Synthroid, then all of a sudden I started having them again.
Mm.
But then I didn't. So, I mean, it's not forever, Bassett baby.
I know. Well, I'm 49. So at what age do you think I'm done with it?
Well, I was 42 when I had my first weird, like, I felt like a furnace, all of a sudden, hot flash, head to toe, like, call me an ambulance kind of feeling.
Mm-hmm.
And my daughter almost called me an ambulance because I was serious. Call me an ambulance.
Did you feel
Yeah.
like you were gonna fall?
Huh?
Did you feel like you were just gonna fall to the floor and faint?
Well, I had no idea what was going on. I had like a head to toe, absolute, like I was on fire suddenly, and I had no clue what was happening. And it was funny. I was selling real estate at the time. I was doing a lot of teamwork with one of the guys at Remax. And do you remember the Nextel phones? Was it Nextel?
The ones that you can go doot doot.
Yeah, the
Okay.
two-way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Way.
So we all had Nextels, right? And so I'm like, man, I don't feel okay, whatever. And he hopped right in his car and he came right up to our house, and he's sitting there. He's the nicest guy ever. He was a really good team member, teammate. And he's sitting there and he goes, "I don't know how to break this to you, but I think it might be hormones."
That's pretty good.
It was so cute. He said it was so cute. Hormones. And then when he said it, oh man, Star Mama, I got mad because I just thought, typical male, just discount what we're saying. No, I'm sick. There's something wrong and I need my doctor.
Yeah.
He's like, "No, I think it's hormones. I think if you just, just try to just give it some time here, and I think you'll see that you'll feel fine."
Oh, yeah, that doesn't help.
No, I know it. Very much discounting.
You're a little snappier too during that time. Yeah.
Yeah, you are. You are. So when a man says to you it might be hormones, not the right response.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
He-
I've snapped at that remark several.
That was John number 2. Warning,
Yeah.
warning. He
Yeah, she's
was
probably all wrapped up in that weighted blanket.
I'm going to take another vitamin D.
You have to watch her. She'll get in her chair in that weighted blanket. She'll get pencils to go to sleep.
I love it. I just love it. Do you remember the
Did
movie?
you have body pain before taking vitamin D? Because
Huh?
my thyroid's all messed up and everything. No,
If your thyroid's messed up, that might be why you're sweating.
Oh well,
that could
I'm
be
on meds and it's checked very regularly because I have Hashimoto's.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Another
Yeah.
Hashimoto's? I met a girl who's only 30 yesterday and she has Hashimoto's. Why are so many young women getting Hashimoto's?
I don't know.
Did you go to Starbucks a lot when you were younger?
No.
Okay. Do you eat a lot of soy?
Not really, no.
Well, check your ingredients from here on and see how much soy you're actually ingesting. Because I have a theory that it's soy that is doing it.
What are some common things that soy's in? I don't drink milk at all.
Soy's in everything.
It's a filler a lot of times.
Yeah, it's a filler. So I want you to avoid soy and report back to me and see if that helps.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not saying stop soy because you won't be able to because it's in everything, but I want you to avoid soy, like if you can. Like if it's the first ingredient or the second ingredient, it's got a lot of soy in it.
Well, my last blood work, she came in and she goes, "You actually don't have Hashimoto's right now." And I was like, "I thought once you have it, you always have it." She goes, "Oh, you have it." She goes, "But right now, she goes, you're so like, it's not even."
Is your doctor an endocrinologist who's talking like that?
No.
Then you need to get an endocrinologist, hon.
Ugh, I hate new doctors.
Get an endocrinologist. If you have Hashimoto's, you get your butt to an endocrinologist immediately. The waiting list is going to be 6 months, so get to work on it.
Yeah.
And you check it out and find out who the best one is in town. Don't settle. When it comes to your endo, you don't want to settle.
Mm-mm.
They are not all created equal.
They never told me I should go to one.
They're the kind of
then
doctor
you-
you go to if
Then
you're having
you might
any
want to
kind of
think about
big
getting a new
problem.
doctor.
Yeah.
Doctors who will refer you when they should refer you are the best doctors ever.
Mm-hmm.
You need an endo. Do not walk. I want you to run. But don't just pick any endo. Don't just pick whoever has the first available appointment. You want to do some research and find out who the best one is, or the top 3 or whatever. Because what you just said your doctor said
Who's on
sounds
whatever on my plan and stuff. Unless, do I only see them once?
No, you have to
no.
see them.
You see them as often as they need to see you.
Yeah. Most of the time,
With
they can get you where they'll
Hashimoto's,
only see every 3 or 4 months.
with Hashimoto's, you might need to see your endo. It depends. Like every month, every 3 months, every 6 months, whatever they say.
Yeah. Just depends.
Do you know what your T4 free is? Bassett, baby.
I know. I don't know. Like, all I know is everything has been normal for 7 years. I have not kicked out of range until 6 months ago. But
You're
it was
sweating, having night sweats, and you're going through all that and a fan and everything at age 49. Honey, it's Hashimoto's.
not menopause.
I'm thinking.
I'd be a little
I'm
surprised.
thinking. Because when my synthroid was exactly right, my period started again. It's all connected. Your TSH is produced in micro whatever. It's right next door to your F as in Frank, S as in Sam, H as in Henry. Okay?
Mhm.
TSH, thyroid, FSH, what is that? The whole female hormone stuff, the estrogen and stuff, or no? I don't know.
Progesterone, estrogen, all that stuff.
All of
I
it. So your
All I know is I
TSH,
have them done every 3 to 6 months.
what?
I have them done every 3 to 6 months. When I was first diagnosed with hypothyroidism, it was in like 2011. And they put me on Synthroid. And since
What dose
then,
did they put you on?
what did I start at? I think 125.
So you were diagnosed at age 38 with hypothyroid?
Yeah.
That's young.
Mhm.
Are you sure you
I was
didn't?
overweight.
Hun, that's where the weight comes from, is untreated. Are you sure you didn't go to Starbucks a lot?
No, what's the link with Starbucks?
Well, I just have this theory that Starbucks is sticking way too much soy and everything, so that I'm just thinking, I don't know.
I do go to Starbucks on occasion, but I'm not like
Well,
big on
she
it.
admits it. She admits it. Look at that.
No,
Took you-
seriously, if I have like 3 frappuccinos a year, that's a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that I'm just kind of thinking that maybe that Starbucks might have some kind of interest in a pharmaceutical or something with that pill that everyone loves that starts with an S. But what is your TSH?
Honestly, when she gives me my results, I don't even read them. I just text them to my sister because she's a nurse and she works for a cardiologist, so she keeps track of my. She looks at my stuff because I could give a crap.
Okay, well, with Hashimoto's, you're going to want to give a crap. But I have a question. Who diagnosed you with Hashimoto's?
The same doctor that diagnosed me with hypothyroidism.
Did she do a blood test for Hashimoto's, or did she just look at you and
No,
tell
I
you?
had gone in probably about 3 years ago, and I just broke down crying. And she's like, "I go, something's wrong." And she's like, and I said, I am on meds for like depression, anxiety. And I said, and my meds stopped working. And she goes, meds are just not going to stop working. Tell me what's going on. So she ordered a more extensive thyroid exam and an ultrasound. And it came back that whatever one has to be off that gives you Hashimoto's, that's the one that it was. That my thyroid was starting to attack my immune system.
Right. What they measure to see if you have Hashimoto's is they measured the antibodies.
Yeah,
and so,
that's what it was, my thyroid antibody test.
Yeah, so you're supposed to have like something like 25 or something, and people with Hashimoto's might have like 399. You're way off the charts.
Yeah, she says like, here's the normal range, and mine was like 181.
Yeah, so that's how they can tell. So I would suggest though that you, definitely still forward everything to is it your sister or your sister-in-law?
My sister.
Your sister. I would definitely, keep doing that if that's your thing. But I would become familiar with it because Hashimoto's is supposed to be like a lifelong thing. And you're going to want to do some research at different points in your life if your Hashimoto's starts to kick your butt. And
it's kicking my butt. I mean, I can barely like walk.
What?
My legs hurt. I get bad sciatica. My back
Oh my
hurts.
God. Are you kidding me? Before they figured out my Hashimoto's, my legs stopped working. I would be in the middle of a Meijer store and all of a sudden my legs wouldn't work. I could not walk.
Seriously?
Yeah. Oh, it was terrible.
Yeah. I'm 49 and I was 48 when I bought my cane, and I have freaking ab bars in my bathroom. And I was never told that it would be damn that crippling.
When your muscles do that, I'm telling you, I've been through that for years where I could not move. I would be in the middle of the store and all of a sudden, crap, my legs would not work. And I'd have to stand there for like 10 minutes until my legs would start working again. Yeah,
it's just like chronic pain. I have chronic pain.
Yeah. Well, is it from the sciatica that you have chronic pain?
I was in a car accident when I was 16. I've had sciatica ever since. And I have flares up, down, up, down, up, down. I am overweight. I'm aware of all like.
Are you in physical therapy?
Am I what?
Are you in physical therapy?
No, because because this flare up just started when all these other heavy symptoms started coming in. Well, like one day my shoulder will hurt so bad, like I broke it. And then the next day, I feel like I was on my feet for, a week straight with no sleep. I'm like, my feet are killing me. And I'm like, I barely did anything today.
Well, you need an endocrinologist, seriously. And anytime you have anything like that, you should be expecting your MD to refer you to the proper specialist. Why go to an MD who practices everything when you can go to the one who knows what they're doing about the specific area,
Yeah.
Well, when I moved down here, I had, no doctors, and I found her, and they were just great. They've been great to me for 18 years.
Well, that's good that she's great, but she needs to be greater because she should be referring you to an endocrinologist. I mean, Hashimoto's is a very serious disease. And unfortunately, a lot of very young women are being diagnosed with it all of a sudden. Have you noticed this, Star Mama? Like, I never heard of anybody having Hashimoto's. And now all of a sudden the 30-something-year-olds have it.
Yeah, that's true.
And the sad thing is,
Did you know you can die?
If I lost a lot of weight, and I know I have to, but it's
Did you
very
know you
hard
can
to
die?
exercise when I can't move.
Did you know you can die from Hashimoto's?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. You need an endocrinologist, and you also need to know that people with Hashimoto's, if it isn't treated exactly right, that's why endos want to keep a good eye on you, that you will gain a ton of weight if it's not managed.
I am. My stomach, I look like I'm pregnant.
Well, that can also be the whole menopausal thing too. But your menopause, your FSH, and your TSH. I just tripped almost on my coffee. Your FSH and TSH. It's right like in the back of your neck, in the middle of by your thyroid, like behind your thyroid. There's a little dot that's your FSH. There's a little dot that's where your TSH. They're so closely related that it's all connected. What is it? The ham bone connected to the whatever,
Right.
The symptoms you're describing, you definitely need an endocrinologist. Sciatica, did you know, is arthritis?
Yep.
I've been to different doctors for my sciatica, including multiple emergency room visits because I was like screaming in pain, CAT scans, the whole 9 yards, and no one ever said it was arthritis.
Well, I'm not a medical person, so I might be wrong, but I think it is. And so you need physical therapy. If you're having sciatic pain all the time, you need physical therapy. They can teach you all sorts of things on how to prevent. When I had sciatica one time, oh my gosh, it was the morning that I was scheduled to take the personal and professional responsibility, blah, 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 for the precursor for the bar exam. Like, you have to pay for this sucker way ahead of time. You have to, be there way ahead of time and the whole bit. And I couldn't walk. I went from being perfectly fine and fit and no problem to I couldn't walk, and I was in terrible pain. And that's when I found out what sciatica was. I had never heard of it before. And oh my gosh, it lasted for weeks. It was terrible, just terrible.
It is
My
terrible.
physical therapist, who pretty much walks on water, he absolutely brought me off. He talked me back from the ledge. It was so painful. Oh, it was terrible. I couldn't walk.
It's awful.
I sat there and took that exam in total pain. Absolute pain. And I elevated in a way that made it possible for me not to be like probably screaming. I don't know. But I elevated partially. And then when the exam was over, because I had to sit still for those hours, when the exam was over, I almost couldn't even move. It hurt so bad. I mean, I really...
To get rid of that pain. I don't care what.
I'll tell you the trick that my physical therapist uses. The thing with sciatica, And again, I'm not a medical person at all. I'm just an old woman who knows a little bit about stuff like this. But like I don't really know anything. So that's the disclaimer for everybody. Don't listen to me. But my physical therapist does a thing with a rolling pin where do you do that too, Star Mama?
Yes.
That will help your sciatica. The rolling pin, he goes up and down the back of my legs,
Interesting.
and it feels really good too. But you can do it yourself. When I moved to Southern Maryland, I moved in with one of the other court commissioners, and he had this like townhouse, and it was 3 floors with these really big, beautiful, like mahogany floors on the steps and stuff. I was going up and down flights of stairs, and by the first week, I had sciatica starting. So I called my physical therapist who walks on water, and I'm like, help, it hurts, I can't have this happening. I'm, busy, got to do this. And he said, did you bring your rolling pin with you? And I'm like, no, because you know how when you're not having pain, you don't think about stuff like that. So I went to the grocery store quick and got a rolling pin, and I pretty much do the rolling pin on my legs at least every other night.
Yep.
What I learned since having sciatica so long, I saw a different doctor, and he said that I had piriformis syndrome.
What is it?
It's piriformis syndrome. It has to do with the piriformis muscle in your butt cheek. Apparently, when that gets tight over work, they said it's common in runners and stuff. Overworked, it can, I guess, like knot up and also press on the sciatic nerve.
So that explains why he roller pins my bum.
Exactly. Most of the time, I have it from there, but sometimes it's just from just the back of my leg down.
Well, you should not be having it at all. You're too young. So you shouldn't be. I mean, if you're going to be doing this stuff at 49, honey, you wait till you're 60. Like this, you're way too young for this stuff.
I know my mom turned 70 this year. She can do way more than I do. And she's cancer.
I think you need physical therapy. You need an endocrinologist because, if I'm right about sciatica, I could be wrong and I'm too tired to Google. But if it is arthritis, which I think it is, right, Star Mama? Isn't it sciatica arthritis?
Yeah, it's a form of osteoarthritis, yes.
And that's all autoimmune.
Because I have rheumatoid arthritis, and they didn't know that for 5 years on me. So my hands got so messed up that it was visible. Because I tested negative, as 30% of people do it. And then I test right at a 5, and you need a 6 or more to be considered positive for it. But I was among the 30% of people that didn't. But once they can see the visible signs like my hands, then they could diagnose me, and that's what I have.
Yeah, because I think rheumatoid arthritis is heavily based on clinical diagnosis, right?
Yes, it is.
But yeah, at age
they can physically see you crippling up with it, Yeah.
And that's autoimmune also. And autoimmune diseases are different than like textbook whatever. The symptoms you're having could be a part of this and a part of that, and maybe this and maybe that. That's why you need an endocrinologist.
And they also, I just saw, I've never had it in my life, got 6 months ago, psoriasis on one elbow and all
That's
over
another one. That's autoimmune.
I know.
And also stress related. Do you have some kind of asshole in your life or something? Because let me tell you something. No, seriously, assholes cause autoimmune disease. They do. Don't they, Star Mama?
Yeah, they do.
No, I have stress in my life.
Well, is it asshole? Yeah, does it stem from an asshole?
I'm married. He's next to me. He hears you.
Oh, he's next to her. Okay, we won't say anything. Okay.
Hey, whatever.
That's cute.
Oh,
Well,
dear.
I have a
you definitely,
19-year-old daughter. She stresses me the hell out.
you definitely want to lower the stress in your life, okay? Because psoriasis is autoimmune. Listen to me. I don't know shit about medical, you guys, okay? I don't know anything. I know nothing. Psoriasis is autoimmune. It's stress related. So you've got too much stress in your life to be having psoriasis, okay? You're too young for this shit. You're too young for
I
this.
also possibly think I have fibromyalgia.
Oh,
There's
for
days,
Pete's sake.
there's
You take
days
over. Take
I,
over, Star Mama. I can't handle this.
I know
I can't either.
it's bad
making
and
me
it's
hurt.
depressing because I feel like I'll go somewhere and I'll see like people walking around and like they're my age and they're riding a bike down the street and I'm like that would kill me.
Yep.
Okay, and your mom was healthy and active and she didn't have any of these things?
No, the only thing, my mother was healthy her entire life until probably I think she was 61 or 2. She went to the doctor for her knee actually, and he looked at her fingernails and they were like weird. So I guess it was had something to do with your lungs, COPD or whatever, because she was a smoker. And he did sent her for a chest X-ray, and she was diagnosed with lung cancer.
Oh my goodness.
She actually had 2 different cancers, one in each lung. They were each when they tested them. They tested them after they took them out. And she's been every scan has been clean.
Good for her. Good for her.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you were a little girl, when you were in the 3rd grade, did you go to the doctor a lot?
No, just when I
You
needed, like,
hesitated. You hesitated.
no, because I was trying to think.
Okay.
No, I didn't go to the doctor a lot. I was afraid of the doctor.
Oh, ooh, we're gonna get somewhere with this. Why were you afraid of the doctor?
I, to this day, can remember my booster shots in my ass. And I remember how bad they hurt and for how long.
Were they booster or were they penicillin? Were you sick at the time?
No, it was like regular, booster shots. I was starting kindergarten.
Why did you get booster shots in your butt?
That's where my mother's pediatrician put them.
Oh.
Like one in each butt cheek, the top of each butt
Right.
cheek.
Well, they always did ours in our arms. Our arms would be so
Yeah,
sore.
why would you have gotten shots in your butt?
That
I mean, if
reminds me
you
of penicillin.
if you need it for penicillin, that's different. That's why I wondered if she was sick.
Those do hurt.
Yeah, those do hurt because those are like huge needles and too much penicillin. Like penicillin hurts.
Yeah, it does.
It could have been. I don't know. I used to get
Well,
ear infections as a kid.
Oh, well, that explains it. Ear
that's what it
infection,
is.
yeah.
I don't think you were getting booster shots in your butt, hon.
Probably
Maybe you were.
penicillin. Yeah,
I bet it was penicillin, and penicillin does hurt.
it burns like
Yeah.
you feel like your butt cheeks on fire. So
All
was
I
Yeah.
Hillary too, though.
As far as penicillin, all I remember was drinking the pink Pepto-Bismol kind of crap.
Yeah, looks like that.
Before
Yeah,
they were still, I always took liquid form because I was a baby.
Okay, so how often were you sick?
As a kid,
Yeah.
I know I got swimmer's ear every summer. I used to get strep throat. pretty bad for like 3 years straight. I got strep throat, and then that was it. My whole teenage life and everything, young adult and stuff. I If I went to the doctors because I had the flu or something.
Oh,
Okay. Hmm. What do you think, Dr. Paula?
well, you know, childhood illnesses show up later on in life as being, you know, the start of something, and sometimes it's missed, you know. So
Yeah, they're
I
saying
Oh
don't
that
know.
wait! I forgot. Um, 11th grade, I started feeling really lousy.
you didn't have
Okay.
mono.
What?
You didn't have mono.
No, I did not. But I
Good.
went to the doctor because I swore I had mono, but I didn't have the sore throat or anything. So they took a test, and the doctor called me one day. I literally could not wake up in the morning.
Wow.
I would sleep through. My mother would wake me, going, "Dinner's on the table. Are
Mm.
you gonna eat?" And I'd be like, "I'm okay." And then I got to this insomnia point where I couldn't sleep for like a whole summer. My arms would
Whoa,
shake and
whoa, whoa,
stuff.
whoa, 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 whoa. You just said that you couldn't wake up and you said you couldn't sleep?
Well, first I was like, I had this fatigue that was like, I felt literally, I was like, I'm dying. And I hated the doctor. But I said, Ma, you got to take me to the doctor. So they did blood work. And a nurse called me a couple of days later. And she said, we got the results of your test. She said, these are her exact words, because everything medical panics me. She goes, you've had a reenactment of the Epstein Barr.
Oh.
And I was like, what does that mean? She goes, you relapsed. I go, but I was
A
never
relapse.
diagnosed. I was never sick with mono ever. She said it's a reenactment of the monovirus.
Mm.
So she goes, you probably had mono and now you have Epstein Barr. I was like, I never had mono. I've had friends with mono, and they were like terrible to look at. They were like had green throats and stuff. I was never that sick.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I mean, for 6 months, and all my doctor told me to do was take Centrum vitamins every day, that it had to run its course.
You had a vitamin deficiency then.
Well, they didn't say deficiency. They just said,
Because if you get low on certain vitamins, it'll make you where you feel tired all the time, especially iron, you know.
but it took like 6 months to kick it.
Wow. Mm.
So beyond that, I was okay.
Well,
No, I don't get sick. So I don't get. Now that I'm living in Florida, there's no like cold weather.
mhm,
Nobody gets sick in the house. Nobody gets the flu or anything. Nobody was vaccinated. Nobody got COVID, and Florida was pretty wide open. I mean, if you're familiar with our governor's rules and stuff, I
mhm,
mean, you had to wear a mask in the store, but I mean, people were lifting them up, and nobody was saying nothing, and so I managed. Nobody got COVID.
mhm.
We have like pretty, other than my little crap that started when I was around four.
Yeah. But if you go to an endocrinologist, they'll run a series of panels on you where they'll find out just exactly where your problem is,
Can
usually.
they give you stuff to kind of back off some of the symptoms?
Usually they can tell, um, especially if you uh, are showing visible signs when you go in, you know, of
Mm.
issues. They hit it pretty close. Um, I was getting ready to see one after I'd seen the rheumatologist for 5 years because my hands were bothering me something horrible, but I didn't show any signs. But then within between the fifth and sixth year, my hands started turning and getting more like rheumatoid arthritis crippled, And then it was very visible, so they could diagnose me with it because they could see something. And even he told me you could see it in my toes too. So, uh, my toes, my knees, and my hands. And it was very painful for a long time. And uh, I don't know, since I've been taking different kinds of supplements, zinc and stuff like that, my hands don't bother me as much as they used to. It's really,
Oh, that's good.
the only time they really bothered me is when we had that horrible freeze here in Texas, which we never get. Uh, you know, like that, where we lost all our power and stuff. 'Cause it was, I mean, it was bad. But that then my hands got to bother me pretty bad with that. But
Yeah, I gotta call my doctor on Monday because it was my 3-month appointment to go and see her, and I've been keeping like a journal of all stuff like
mhm,
that's been going on that I wanted to ask her about.
mhm,
But Hurricane Ian came through, and
yeah,
there went my dentist appointment, the doctor's appointment, so I have to reschedule everything.
yeah. But it'd be interesting to see what um, an endocrinologist would actually what they would run on you and come up with. Uh, it might save you a bigger headache when you get a little older if you can find out something and where they can treat it earlier instead of later. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
something to just I just want to feel 49.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yes, I know what you mean. Mhm. It's miserable when you don't feel good and can't enjoy yourself, and you see other people your age enjoying themselves and stuff, and you wonder what's wrong.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
Mhm, exactly. Yeah.
I feel like I'm depressing everybody, so I'm going to shut up. But I will definitely tell my doctor about an endocrinologist.
Hmm.
It's October. It's mammogram month. All that.
Yes,
My favorite time of year.
but they do actually. They are hard usually to get into, but they can usually tell um, pretty quick what direction you're going in if they're a really good one,
Yeah.
and then they can kind of direct you on how they want to, what kind of test they want to do or blood work. Mostly it's blood work is what it is, and there's just so many different things they can test you for now. Just incredible. But they usually have to send them out to special labs, stuff to have uh, any of your autoimmune diseases that are usually sent out, and tested. But if you're in a flare up, that's the best time to get it tested because then they'll get a better chance of a positive reading than a negative when you're in the middle of a flare up, like when your
I,
pain's increased and stuff.
I'm in a flare since like the hurricane. I don't know if it was
Yeah,
stress from that
sure.
because it was supposed to come up closer, and they were talking about all this water and even where I live, and I was like, oh my god.
That'll do it. I've been in a few of them here. They're not fun at all,
No, it's
and
not
they're very destructive. You know.
because the last few years since like 2017, we've had storms come like through where I live, and
Hmm.
the pain is from head to toe because of the low pressure, because I feel it because of the weather.
Hmm.
So there's that and the stress of the storm.
See, a lot of people think the humidity affects your body. Actually, it's the barometric pressure that affects your body. That's what I was told by doctors, that the barometric pressure affects your how you feel more so than uh, the humidity changing. So
Yeah, it
I
has.
don't know.
It's always super humid here, but when it does, we do have the rare occasion where it'll be in the 40s all day, and yeah,
Hmm.
it aches because
Yeah,
there's no humidity when we have those kind of temperatures.
yeah. I wish it'd hurry up and get here because we're still. I mean, we're like in the 70s early in the morning, but it's still getting up to the 90s in the afternoon.
I know.
And the
I
humidity's horrible.
me and my husband did yard work today. I was in the pool.
Yeah, it's bad. Sure is. But a lot of medications actually will make you worse instead of better too. I used to be on a lot of different ones that I'm no longer on because they were actually making the problem worse instead of helping me.
I don't take the only thing I take for my depression, anxiety at night, and I take a thyroid pill in the morning.
Hmm.
I'm not on anything for. Oh, granted, I'll take if like I'm in extreme pain, I'm gonna take some pain, or and then microwave the heating pad and rub some aspirin on here and there, and
But you take vitamins all the time.
no, I don't. But I just ordered some today.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Because that changed the way I felt a lot just by taking regular
I
vitamins
I actually tried. I ordered two different kinds. I ordered one. I wanted to try a patch one.
Mhm.
Because of my acid reflux, which I'm sure is probably an autoimmune disease.
Mhm.
Um, certain capsules and a lot of vitamins and supplements come in capsules. Um, that's why I try to buy gummies because they don't tell
I
the man.
drink those collagen drinks every day, and they help a lot.
My mom drinks those too. She puts them in. She uses it as coffee creamer every morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just make a shake up once a day and drink it. And it's really made a difference in the way I feel. And it helps because it helps your bones and your.
I have that too. I should start
Mhm.
putting it in something.
Yeah. I just put it in. I can't drink regular milk, but I put it in lactose-free milk and drink it with ice, and I make a shake. Just get it real cold, and I drink it. It's fruity pebble flavored, like strawberry or something, but it's pretty good. Just drink once a day, and it helps a lot.
That's
Or it
good.
seems like it does. I mean, I've noticed a big difference, and in my hair and everything. My nails, the way they grow.
Oh
So,
God, the hair.
and
I rake out a blob of it every time I brush my hair out.
well, that'll stop if you go on collagen. Mine was.
Oh, the collagen helped with that. I
Oh
just thought
yeah, with your hair, your
it
skin, your
was
nails. Yes,
thyroid.
this stuff said that you'll notice changes in your hair within 10 days, and it's the truth. You do. You sure do.
Ooh,
Hmm.
my hair feels like crap.
And
I,
mine's a lot better.
I am out in the sun a lot. Um, and it does get dried out from the summer, especially if I'm in the pool.
Hmm.
Which when it's 100 degrees every day, I'm in the pool every day.
Hmm.
I go in the pool a lot because you feel no pain in the pool. I just
Yeah,
stand.
relaxing.
It is very relaxing. Nothing hurts.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't. I don't have a pool closed, but I have one of those whirlpool things in my bathroom. Tub that's a whirl, or like a you know does a whirlpool thing on you where you can the jets in it and stuff, and those help uh, a lot. They help a lot in the summertime, not in the wintertime. They don't. They help in summer
Oh no.
with the aching and stuff.
Well,
Uh,
you're in Texas, right?
hmm.
How do you get cold winters where you are?
Well, not very often because I'm like an hour from the Gulf of Mexico, so we don't really get real cold weather.
Oh, okay. So you're probably basically like me. 100 degrees from May till October.
Hmm.
Maybe 80s through Christmas, 70s through January, February, and then it starts all over again.
Yeah, this year it's been hot here since April. It's been a horribly hot summer, but usually it cools off in October, and I thought it was going to, and
We're
Shoot,
gonna
it's
have
been
a
hot every
cold
afternoon.
front Wednesday. I don't know if it's gonna go down towards you. It's
Hmm.
supposed to come all the way down the whole country.
Yeah, and we're supposed to get rain all week next week, so we'll see.
Ugh,
That's a big if here. I
I
mean,
don't. I don't need any more rain. It was supposed to pour the other day, and I was like, "Oh no," because my whole backyard was like underwater. We got
mhm.
like 15 inches of rain. It was terrible.
But collagen is good for your hair, so I'm just telling you, you'll notice.
I have
You'll
my
quit
I
losing
have
it.
my thing of it. I just never. I bought it and just never used it. That's my
Yeah,
problem. I need to
yeah.
have someone behind me kicking me in my ass to do these.
Holly even said, she said, it's good. Her hair's almost down to her butt now.
I can't. I can't. I move. I used to let my hair grow down to the middle of my back. Then I'd cut it. I used to put it up in a clip or
Hmm.
up in a like a ponytail or something. But when I moved here, I keep it to my shoulders. And I always had bangs, and I can't have one strand of hair on my face here. It's just
Yeah,
so hot.
you're so hot. Yeah,
I hate my hair since living in Florida.
yeah. Well,
You do your hair, you look nice. You walk outside, you look like someone just hosed you off.
from the humidity. Yeah,
It's terrible.
yeah. That's the way it is here in Texas a lot too. It is just really bad. But
I
there
know.
seems to be a lot of people in the chat that use collagen and vitamin D and stuff.
I
So,
I am supposed to take. I am supposed to be on vitamin D.
and
I was
protein is
actually
good for muscle loss too. So,
what the collagen ones.
protein, protein is good for muscle loss. Mm, yeah.
Yeah, I ordered a bunch of stuff because I was just like I had a bad week last week. I spent like 3 days of it in bed.
Mm,
Um, and I was like, I gotta get something. Well, I would have had the doctor get something, but like I said, the stupid hurricane got all the appointment. Everybody shut down.
mhm. Yeah. Well, I think you'll find out that collagen because it doesn't upset my stomach, but I use that lactose-free milk though. So
I
yeah,
have I've used it as a creamer in coffee before, and it never upset my stomach.
yeah.
I don't know why I stopped. I don't
Mm.
because when I get up in the morning, I start. I have 7 dogs.
You got 7 dogs.
I have 7 dogs.
Oh
That's why
wow.
I'm Basset baby. I have 6 Basset hounds
Oh,
and a mini wiener dog.
oh my gosh.
She's new. She's a different breed, and she's very crazy, and it's taken a lot to get used to her.
Hmm.
Um, so they eat at 6:30 in the morning. Then they all have to go out. Um, and then I'm a neat freak, especially with 7 dogs. You wouldn't know it, I swear. Um, I clean all day through the pain um, until I can't do it. But I hate when everybody helps me because they bitch and complain, or they don't do it the way I want because I have OCD.
Yeah.
Um, and I take care of my backyard. I have a landscaper that does the front. Because it's something I enjoy doing. I have a flower garden.
Hmm.
That I built like 3 years ago, and I've removed so much because I just can't take care of it anymore. And everybody offered to help, and then it just doesn't get done. And I'll go out there, and half my plants weren't watered correctly, and they're wilted or dying. Plus, I
Yeah,
take care of.
Holly said she's got 7 dogs too.
Oh, was a breeder that I got most of my dogs from.
Oh,
I bought 2 from him, and one was a retiree because he was a breeder, I don't agree with
Mhm.
retiring your dogs. I figure once you have a dog, you have to love it for life.
Yes.
But anyway, he posted on his website that he was retiring one of his females. Um, and it turned out she suffered third-degree burns from an emergency C-section and had no
Ugh.
hair on her back. And I didn't. When I told him I would take her, I didn't know that. He texted me back, like we've already planned our trip to Georgia and everything. And then he texts me back. He's like, I do have to tell you that she has issues with her skin. And it was a hassle, but I took her.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd rather have her in my home. We healed that burn in like 14 days.
Mhm.
And another one, it was a puppy of his, and it was born with swimmer syndrome. It couldn't walk,
Mhm.
and a really two really bad knee, like a knee condition that can bother them later in life and involve surgery. So
Right.
I took him. And then I bought two here in Florida. Those are my little American Basset Hounds. Um, but he texted me tonight, and he's retiring um a beautiful dog. And he said, you can take her because you took all my dogs, and
Mhm.
um you share pictures and they're loved and everything. And but I was like, I can't take eight. I can't. That's a lot.
Mhm.
And I was crying for like an hour before, because I always said, if he retires Violet, I want her.
Mhm.
And I had told him like a year ago, I go, if you ever decide to retire Violet, I want you to call me first.
Yeah.
And but I bought Weenie in April.
Mm.
If I didn't get Weenie in April, I'd be on my way to Georgia tomorrow to go get her.
Yeah.
And she's so sweet.
Mm. I've got three that were rescued. Mine are all Chihuahuas though. So, but I had Schnauzers for years. But yeah, these are all. Yeah.
I I've never rescued. I've always wanted to, but I years ago I bought as puppies. Me and my husband, he was my boyfriend at the time. We bought three pit bulls,
Mhm.
and I was very afraid of them and everything, but I grew to love them and trust them, and became like an advocate of people not liking them because they're bad dogs and everything, because they are simply fabulous. But when I moved to Florida, my daughter was 2, and my dog was old. She was great with my daughter.
Mhm.
Um, I didn't want, and she passed away 6 months later after we moved here. And I
Mhm.
wanted another dog, and I didn't want a pit bull because I didn't want to train a pit bull with a 2.5-year-old daughter,
Right.
because you do have to properly train them. So we got, my first Basset Hound, and I've owned 15 and had a litter of 12.
Oh well.
Yeah, but in the last couple of years, I rescued the two dogs, and both have significant health issues.
Mhm.
And oh my God, when they look at you, I mean, all my dogs love me. Don't get me wrong; they look at me, and I'm like, I melt. But when these other ones look at me, it's almost like with a thank you.
Yeah. Well, my daughter worked for a vet for 7 years, and she said dogs that are rescued, they never forget you, that you rescued them. She saved them. They do
I,
not.
I totally believe it in you, because you
Mhm.
can see it in their
Yeah.
eyes.
Mhm. Yeah. They know. Mhm. She, this last one I got,
It
she has an attitude, but she's okay.
Oh, I have an attitude one in my house.
She likes to boss everybody around.
Same here. She's queen bee, and she's very protective of me. If you're anywhere near me,
Mhm.
I mean, she'll go after any one of them if they try to come near me and she's sitting with me.
Mhm. It's lightning here right now. I don't know if we're getting ready to get. My internet was down up here. I don't know if we're getting ready to get a storm or what. It's starting to lightning.
I hate storms at night.
Yeah, I don't like it when it thunders and lightning but at the same time because it kind of means it's close. We got a lot of pine trees here, but um, don't care much for that. I don't know where MM went. She just got a call.
Um, I'm actually gonna have to say goodnight. I'm getting really tired.
You get tired.
Yeah,
Well, it was nice talking to you.
yeah. Thanks for all your advice. I really appreciate it. If
Mm,
she comes back on and I'm not here, tell her I really appreciate it.
she'll
And
probably
I
be back in here.
apologize to everybody in chat that we didn't finish talking about Chris Watts or something.
Well, it's okay. We can get off subject. We talked about it for a long time, but
Yeah.
it's going to get interesting through the next few weeks to see
Oh
how
yeah.
they spin this.
No, I have a feeling that there's gonna a shit show is about to start,
Hmm.
and I'm actually waiting for Junior to post something.
No doubt.
I was actually surprised it wasn't there today.
Well,
The first thing I checked after I saw the video.
you just never know when they post something or when they won't. Um,
Oh, and in some Facebook groups, that's another reason why I thought Junior was gonna say something, because you know how like every time sometimes it quiets down the case,
hmm
and then all of a sudden, boom, like a couple of months ago with the NK video,
Yes.
all these little tidbits, or you know um Frank in the house with it
Oh yeah.
on the market,
Yeah.
complaining.
hmm
um and I know we all are in these chats and stuff, but basically it has been kind of quiet.
Yeah.
There was that little bit of thing with that David Carter guy with
Oh
you
yeah.
know, trying to get in touch with Tammy Lee and all this stuff, and it was like, maybe something's gonna happen. But then it kind of died down. But they did. I heard Tammy and Coda were in some kind of training for domestic abuse or something. It was on a news channel like 2 days ago,
Oh
and
really?
it was posted in a couple of like Watts case groups that I'm in, and I was like, oh, Frankie's probably all over this, how great they are, and
Mm-hmm. Well, I heard they were in the UK on a tour not too long ago.
who Tammy Lee.
Hmm. Yeah, a couple months ago, I heard she was in the UK visiting. What they said.
That's weird.
Hmm.
Oh, I always wanted to ask you guys this, because I know like did you ever hear about DA Rourke, that technically that he shouldn't have even been a part of it, because I think someone that even looked like Chris Watts, not that it but was similar, same kind of age, same kind of build or whatever, had sexually assaulted his wife,
No, I never heard that.
and that they said like it was biased because he already was like, like a man hurt a woman kind of a thing.
Hmm. No, I never had heard that. That's
I heard,
interesting.
if it's true, I have no idea. It's just something, that's in that whirlpool of Chris Watts stuff that you
Hmm.
pick up. But
Yeah.
I always thought, hey, if he has an issue, because I mean, this something like this happened to his wife, he may be all over Chris because he's got some personal vendetta or something.
Hmm. I hadn't heard that, but it could very well be. I don't. follow a lot of that.
Every time I hear something or see something, I should snapshot it and make some file on my phone.
Yeah. I don't know. I never heard MM say anything about it either. So,
I don't remember where I heard it. It was just it was probably on a Facebook group.
hmm well, I'm not on any Facebook group, so I have enough just keeping up with this.
YouTube is hard to keep up with.
Yeah, it is.
Like
Mhm.
there was actually like a break because there was another, a couple of other like the Debbie Collier case and stuff, and
Mhm.
I've actually been busy watching Laura Network, watching that moron defend himself
Mhm.
because that is some entertainment.
Hey guys,
Oh, you're back. Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Vacuuming.
So are you convincing Bassett Baby to head to her endocrinologist
I think
ceremony?
so.
Oh yeah, I'm going and I'm all over that.
Yeah, you definitely want to, because the whole Hashimoto's thing, like that can be putting you into an early menopause.
I
That
never heard the deadly thing, honest to God. Even when I asked, when they put the word disease at the end of it, I freak out. So I come home from the doctor. She calmly tells me what I have, tells me there's nothing to worry about. It's very common. Blah blah blah.
what? What?
Yes. And I come home and I call my sister, and they're all like nurses. My niece, my sister, this one, that one, and I'm like, oh my God, they just told me I had Hashimoto's disease. And she's like, okay, why are you freaking out? She goes, it's not a disease. Great. Even my family's lying to me.
I'm telling her it's lightning here. We're probably fixing to get a storm here tonight.
Oh, cool. That'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
Well, Hashimoto's is serious, and you
Yes.
need an endocrinologist. And
hmm
I think a lot of medical professionals think they know all about thyroids. They don't.
hmm
I'll tell you a quick story. I had probably the best doctor on the planet for my MD, or the best doctor in the area. And he retired. And the 12-year-old who replaced him, she said, "Oh my goodness, your T4 free is too high. Oh my goodness. That means that the thyroid is functioning better." So she wanted to where'd Star Mama go? So she wanted to lower my synthroid dose. Okay.
I'm listening.
There, I put the link in. Um, so she wanted to lower my synthroid dose. And so I'm thinking that's really good, because usually with Hashimoto's, they increase it all the time until they get up to full replacement. So to hear her say, wow, she wants to lower it, I thought that's great. Except she wanted to lower it 2 full doses all at once. That's not how you do it. When you have Hashimoto's, you raise it and lower it by 1 dose, and then you let that go for some time, and they test it and make sure and whatever. And then if you need more of a change, then you do it just by 1 level,
Mm-hmm.
You don't go jumping 2 dose levels down. That's not smart. It's not good for you. It's not a good thing. She should have known better. So, but she said she wanted to lower my dose. So I'm like, okay, great. Because like every Hashimoto's wants to hear that. then I get a phone call from my pharmacist, and she said, "What is your doctor doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know." She said, "I'm on my dose my dose of Synthroid is too high." And she said, "Well, she's lowering it." Like I said, too far. And then she said she also is saying generic, and you're not supposed to have generic. And I'm like, "I'm not taking generic." And so she said she would call my doctor's office. So she did. And then the 12-year-old doctor prescribed a whole different drug, not even Synthroid, and said, "Oh, it's a brand new drug and it's really good and whatever," in the dose that's too low, okay? Without doing the increment thing. And so my pharmacist called me and she goes, now she's prescribing whatever the other drug was instead of Synthroid. And I said, no. And she said, I shouldn't probably say what she said because she probably shouldn't have said it. But so we marked, she went ahead and marked the file to not have my MD ever touch my thyroid medicine.
Really?
Yeah, because it was obvious. She not only didn't have the dosing thing figured out, but then she tried to throw me on a generic, which is stupid. And then she tried to throw me on something other than Synthroid, which is stupid. Synthroid's been around for decades. It's safe as it gets. It's proven. It's good. It's name brand. It's what works, you know. And she's trying to try some new drug on me.
I take the generic for Synthroid.
Well, if you can tolerate the generic, that's great. But
I thought it was actually the same thing.
No, the generic has, the problem with the generic is that they allow, I don't know what the word is, they allow like the quality standard, I guess would be what I would call it. Let's say that you're on 100. Let's say your dose is 100. If it's a generic, then you might be able to, then the generic companies would be able to get a 92 passed to qualify for 100. The whatever of error, the range for error is huge on generic drugs. So if a Synthroid would be 100 dose, then your generic might only be a 92. So, which is fine because, you know, whatever, and it might work just fine. But then when you get it refilled, you're not getting the same lot number. You're not getting the same group. So it's not the same pill as the one you just had the month before. Well, the swing, they call it, could be anywhere from 92 or 94 or whatever, all the way up to 106. And that would be okay too, because the range of error is allowed by law, okay? That's what's wrong with generic drugs. They're copies, they're mimics or whatever. You know, so many people say, oh, generic is the same thing. I'm
That's
sorry.
all I've ever been told.
Well, if it was the same thing, then why is it so much cheaper? You know? So anyway, so your range of error, excuse me, with a generic can be so broad, which for other drugs, it may not matter. But your thyroid medication is so, your thyroid is so, or your thyroid function is so sensitive to any replacement hormone, okay, that they have to get it right. And so if you're on generics, I mean, you'll get 1 month and you'll do fine and everything's hunky-dory. But if you pick up your next bottle of pills and it happens to come from a generic that is 3 or 4 or 5 points different, then you're basically changing your dose every time you get a refill. if you're on Synthroid, the name brand, then if it says 100, it's 100. And with you being Hashimoto's, I'm not a medical person. This is not medical advice. I know nothing. I have no medical training. Tell your endocrinologist that you want name brand. I wouldn't discuss this with your MD because he is probably, I don't know. I don't think you should be seeing your MD for Hashimoto's. I think you should be seeing an endocrinologist for sure. And you know, a lot of people with Hashimoto's end up with diabetes, right?
Ugh, I'm already high risk because I'm overweight.
Well, do you know what your A1C is?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay, you've got to start knowing your lab numbers because you're Hashimoto's. Like, you need to start learning your lab numbers because there will be times where things might wiggle up or down, and you want to think, okay, did I eat pizza that month? Did I have, whatever, right? Did I eat exceptionally well? Did I have like I don't know, if you're into having steak and potatoes or whatever, then you need to be able to know what works with your body to keep your numbers healthy, like in a really good range. So you do want to start learning your numbers.
So what was that? What is that test for that you mentioned?
A1C, that's the long-term test for blood sugar. I think it measures 3 months back. I'm not sure. And what it does,
Yeah,
it's like,
when I get my blood work done every 3 months, she always checks my blood sugar.
so she's doing an A1C, and what that does is it will measure. I'm not sure. I think like sugar globs onto the blood cell or something. Whatever it is that globs onto the blood cell, then they can measure how much of that's globbed onto the blood cell. And like over a 3-month time frame is like, that's what they're measuring. It's like an average for the 3 months based on how much whatever is globbed onto your blood cells. So definitely, do you have your lab results online or no?
No, they print them out. I keep them in a file.
If you're wherever you go, if your medical care providers take part in the online thing, then that's kind of handy with Hashimoto's, so that way you can compare with the previous tests and kind of get a better idea of where you feel good. Like, what range do you feel good at?
Yeah, because usually every time I go, everything looks excellent, except my vitamin D, which has gone up over time, but not to where we want it.
Are
But
you in the 30s or no?
No,
Are you in the teens?
no.
Okay. If
Originally I was like 18, but
okay, you
I got up to
definitely,
like the high 20s.
you need an endocrinologist because you should not be below, I think it's 35 or 37. I can't remember what and maybe different labs are different, but you definitely need an endocrinologist because how many IU whatever do you take of vitamin D a day?
Currently, none.
What?
I was telling Star Mama I just ordered a bunch of.
Why aren't you taking vitamin D?
I take it on occasion because I forget.
You forget vitamin D and you have Hashimoto's?
He never
Like,
told me that it was an issue with Hashimoto's.
people with Hashimoto's have low vitamin D. Like, people with Hashimoto's have to have vitamin D. And that's why I say,
Say I'm more prone to it because of that, but she never said that.
has she told you to take vitamin D?
Yes,
And how much does she tell you to take?
that we first started off, it was like 50,000 something. It was a prescription that I had to take. Like
What?
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 It was like it was a prescription. It was a high amount.
Okay, you can get toxic levels of vitamin D. How soon can you
Well,
get into it?
I stopped. I couldn't take another pill because it messed me up so bad. Like
Why
I
on earth?
to my stomach.
Okay, you need to get an endocrinologist. 50,000 IUs of vitamin D is toxic.
I thought it was a little much, but like I said, I didn't even keep it down. It ripped my stomach apart. And then I got vitamin D gummies, the highest I could find. She goes, try that since you can't handle the other ones. And I told her I couldn't take pills. I said, it has to be in a gummy. So I found gummies, and I was taking them for a while, but then I just forget.
Do you have vitamin D gummies in the house right now?
Yes, they're in my daughter's room.
Go get them.
I'm going to get them now.
Yeah. Now. Go get your vitamin D and you get one of them in your mouth now. Definitely. Hashimoto's is known for causing vitamin D deficiency. It's a thing.
Yeah, because she first told me my vitamin D was low, I'm like, how is that possible? I never could.
Because you have hypothyroid. I mean, are you going to get them right now? Are you walking?
No, my daughter's getting them.
Okay, good.
I can't walk. I did yard work today. I can't get my cane's on the other side of the room.
And keep the vitamin D in your bedroom so that you have them right there. Get like a smaller bottle for your purse to keep with you, and then keep them right there, or like on your bathroom counter or wherever you keep them, where you're going to be able to see them and take them. Because your vitamin D is so important. It's right up there with any kind of thyroid medication, I think. Take a look at your dose on the bottle. Is it 2,000 or 5,000?
Thank you, baby. She just brought them in.
Good.
Do you know if any? Does your eyesight can go with Hashimoto's?
I don't know, but I have seen a few people with Hashimoto's who do have complaints of that. I don't know if it's connected to Hashimoto's, but
I've
had
vision issues with menopause also.
I've never heard of vision issues with menopause, but vision issues can occur with diabetes.
Fabulous.
So,
Or 2,000.
what is it?
2,000.
2,000?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, take at least 2 of them tonight. Like, do it.
I'm opening the app now.
I'll open mine with you and take another one. Mine didn't click though. What dose is this one? Let's see. Yeah, this one is a 2,000 also. I have big bottles of 2,000, and then I actually have a big bottle of 1,000. I'm not sure why I didn't get the 2,000. Maybe they were out of them. And then I have a little bottle that has 5,000. I keep that one in my purse. But pretty much if I take a couple of 2,000s a day, I know I'm getting what I'm supposed to have.
Well,
If I take,
it says the serving size is 2 gummies. So 2 gummies is the 2,000.
right, but everyone's different with what you need. because my vitamin D level is good on my lab work, but I have Hashimoto's. So, chicken and the egg thing.
But
Yours,
when did I go to her? I went to her on June 27th. Yeah, because I was just supposed to have my next appointment. But the stupid hurricane came. When we went over my blood work, I said, "How's my vitamin D?" She said, "Good." So basically, I stopped vitamin D.
well, definitely take your vitamin D because with Hashimoto's, vitamin D is a thing. But you know what? The most important thing is for you to get an endocrinologist. It really is.
I know.
What,
I told Ellen Star Mom I got a call on Monday to reschedule my canceled hurricane appointment.
what you
And,
don't want to do with Hashimoto's, have you ever heard of Graves' disease?
yeah,
That's like the opposite, but the same. It's a lot like Hashimoto's, but it's kind of the opposite. What you don't want to do is get to where you're turning into hyperthyroid. That wouldn't be good. So you really want to monitor your numbers. You want to learn what your numbers should be, monitor where they're at, and then pay attention to what you're eating and drinking and how much you're exercising and what kind of stress you're under and stuff like that. Because remember, Hashimoto's is autoimmune also. And autoimmune, I tell you, if you've got an asshole in your life, you're going to have autoimmune problems. So figure out who the assholes are in your life and guard yourself from the stress. Stress actually does harm us. It actually does. It can harm our health. I think
I know that.
a lot of women especially have autoimmune diseases because of the stressors in our lives. And it's so important. It is so important. When you remove the stressors and then all of a sudden you just get more energy, your hair even looks better, your metabolism is in sync with your body and you're able to just I don't know, you have good energy. You said earlier that you have heartburn or you have not heartburn. You have acid reflux.
Yeah, acid reflux, heartburn.
That's another thing with Hashimoto's,
Yeah, I know.
So you
And
definitely want to
what
try
kicked
the
it off?
lemons.
What?
You definitely want to try the lemons.
Yeah,
I
like I
have
said,
the
the other
lemons.
day,
Yeah.
and I got a big bottle of water, like a big bottle.
Well, the half a lemon you squeeze in 8 ounces of water.
Okay.
Drink that over whatever, I mean, don't sip on it all morning. You want to drink it like in like 10 minutes tops.
Mm-hmm.
And then Star Mama said 30 minutes. I think that's right. I think it's 30 before you eat.
Yeah, that's no problem.
When do you take your Synthroid or your levothyroxine or whatever it's called?
As soon as I wake up in the morning.
Okay. So you want to have that probably a half an hour or more before your lemon water.
Because of the citrus, right?
Yep. I would say maybe even more than a half an hour because you don't want to interfere with the levothyroxine. I don't know how to say it for sure. I don't know if I'm getting it right or not. Did your mom have thyroid issues?
No.
Did your sister?
Yes.
Does she have Graves?
No.
So is she hyper?
No, she's hypo. But
Hypo?
I mean,
Okay.
when I first, my thyroid was off the charts when I was first diagnosed. My sister's was like a little bit over the normal range.
When you say off the charts, are you talking about TSH?
Yeah.
Do you know what off the charts meant? Was it like 7 or 8 or 10 or something?
I don't remember. Yeah, probably up there.
Do you know what your TSH is now?
I think it's 1.2. Does that sound correct?
That's really good. That's very good.
It's been there. And it fluctuated to like a 1.8 6 months ago, right around the time I went to her and I was like, something's wrong. I was like, I feel like I'm like choking all the time. That's why she ordered the sonogram of my thyroid. I was like, I can feel it in my throat. And that's when I was like, and look at this. I was like, I have psoriasis on my scalp and my elbow. I was like, what the hell is this?
Was the sonogram clear? Was everything good?
Everything was fine.
Okay. Do you have more stress maybe than you think?
Very, yes.
Buried?
I know I'm very
Oh,
extreme.
very, very, yes, stressful. Okay. Because the feeling like you're choking and stuff, that can be a stress related issue too.
Oh, I'm sure. I used to suffer with major anxiety and panic disorder.
Ouch. I'm sorry. That sucks.
What?
That totally sucks. Are you a survivor of trauma?
Yes, but that was before the trial. Like, it was. My parents were fucked. Basically,
What'd you say?
I said the F word.
Oh, your parents?
Yeah, I said my parents were fucked.
Were you ever choked?
No.
Because I've met a few Hashimoto's really young women in their 30s, which I cannot believe 30 somethings are getting Hashimoto's. But I've met a few of them who have been like choked,
No,
strangled.
I was never abused or anything. It's just
Okay.
it's just what I witnessed. It was just a constant, you know, the
Did you
fighting,
witness physical
fighting.
violence?
What?
Did you witness physical violence?
Yes.
You realize that's abuse, right?
Just to witness it?
Was it your mom and dad?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you realize you were abused, right?
I never thought of it that way.
Well, your mother is your protector, your nurturer. Your father's supposed to be your protector, right?
My mother was not nurturing at all.
So, watching your mother and father going at it, yeah, that's child abuse.
breaking furniture and stuff.
Yeah, that's child abuse.
My father leaving a couple of days.
So, turmoil, stress. Is mom okay? Is dad okay? Is mom here? Is dad here?
Yeah, what's gonna happen?
Yeah,
My father asked my mother for a divorce. I was 7 years old, right in front of me.
yeah, that's not the best parenting.
No, totally not. And then once they divorced, my mother became a raging alcoholic and used to burn herself with cigarettes. It was lovely.
That's always helpful.
It is.
Were you the oldest?
What?
Were you
No,
the
I
oldest?
wasn't. I wasn't. But by the time me and my sister did not have the same father. So my dad was not my sister's father, but he raised her, adopted or whatever. He used to beat her, but not us.
Whoa, whoa, she's your older sister?
Yeah, she's 5 years older than me.
Oh my goodness. And then you didn't get hit?
No, neither nor me or my brother. My mom would smack us if we did something stupid, but that's what they did back then.
Right,
You
right.
can't hit your kids now. But no,
But your
my
oldest
sister was hit with like a baseball bat.
but your oldest sister was beat on?
Yes.
Did you witness that?
I don't recall witnessing. I mean, I know I heard the screaming and,
So
but
you did witness it then.
well, I didn't see it happen, but yes, I heard it.
If you heard it, you witnessed it. And so how old were you when you first remember hearing your sister scream?
Um, I was either 5, 6, or 7, and probably between 5 and 7. I heard it because
Okay.
that was the second house that we moved to before my parents divorced, and we were only there for 3 years. I don't
Okay.
remember our first house.
Were those the years that you had the swimmer's ear and the strep throat?
Yes.
And that was when you first remember your sister screaming?
Yeah, and my father screamed. My mother used to scream at the top of her lungs.
But before 5 years old, before you moved to that house, how was your life?
I don't remember it. I was much younger, but you know, there was still like issues. My parents were in a boating accident. We were in the boat. I saw my mother covered with blood, so there was quite a few traumatic craps in my life.
How old were you then?
For the boating accident,
Yeah.
I was 3.
Okay. Yeah. At age 3, you can remember it all.
We were kids were in the cabin, but it was a wooden boat. It was just a little fishing boat. But my father was drinking, and he hit a party boat,
Wow.
and everything, the glass and every cover collapsed on my mom, and her whole legs were sliced open, and
Well, I want to say something. I noticed you said my parents were in a boating accident and we were in the boat. You were in a boating accident.
yeah, but I didn't get hurt.
You were
I
in a
was
boating
in a
accident.
boating accident, yes.
And
I have no recollection of it. All I remember was the helicopter landing to take my mother.
wow. So your dad was drinking. He was doing the drunk driver routine with his wife and kids in the boat.
He was drinking, but they claim it was the other boat's fault. But
Who
even
claimed?
my father was an alcoholic his whole life. That's what killed him.
Who claimed it was the other boater's fault?
My parents.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because if the other boater got in trouble for the accident, I'm surprised if your dad was drinking. But the other
No,
boat was probably
this
drinking
this is
too.
the story, throughout us growing up that we got. Now, as we got older, now we know it was probably Dad's fault because he was drinking.
Or at the very least, hey, Holly,
Hey,
at the very least, when they're drinking, if it was the other boat's, the other boater's fault, that when you're drinking, of course, your reaction time, your reflexes, whatever, are certainly dulled. What you
Mm-hmm.
up to, Holly?
hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
Hello.
hey, everybody. Hope y'all are doing okay. Hey, Mensa. I know y'all are talking and everything, but Straight is in the chat.
No, are you kidding?
No, Straight's in the
Hold on.
chat. So that's all I wanted to tell y'all.
Okay, hold on here. I am so glad you hopped up, Holly. I'm
All right.
I've got the screen thing on the thing, so wasn't paying attention. Dang it. Straight. I just
Yes,
put
yes,
the link
yes.
in.
He's there, or she. He's there.
Get your bum up here. Thank you, Holly. Okay, come on, Straight. Where are you? Oh, I'm scrolling down. I don't see him. Do you see him?
I don't see anything.
Oh, I see a weirdo. Star Mama disappeared. Okay, I gotta block that guy.
She said she was gonna get thunderstorms. She thought.
Oh, I bet her internet went then. I don't see Straight. I just blocked the sex one, the sex bot.
Oh,
Straight.
they said I'm unable to take a link. I'm working on something.
Dang, 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 dang. Okay, everybody wave at Straight. Hi, Straight.
Hello.
We need you. We need you. Ronnie and Cindy went up on old Dingo Davo's whatever, and we would love to have your take on it. We would love to have your take on it. Plus, we want you to get up here anyway and just say hey whenever you can. Here we go. I'm unable to take a link. I'm working on something. I hope it's something good.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Dirty Dave is exploiting the Watts. Exactly. And you know what I think? I think that Dirty Dave is actually absolutely a scumbag attacker. But I think that it's all about discrediting Cindy. It's all about discrediting her because what they're having her say is bullshit. They're changing the whole nut meltdown story. Yep, in the dark. Exactly. Dang it, I wish you could hop up here. Dang, dang, dang. Oh, how exciting. I've only had 2 yawns so far, too, so I'm still wide awake. Still wide awake. Will you promise me, Bassett Baby, that you will, on Monday, call an endocrinologist?
I will.
The symptoms you talked about before at age 49, it is kind of young, okay? And it could be, like I said, the TSH and FSH are too close to each other.
Hmm.
So if you had an endo, then you can make sure everything is just right. And your doctor can be great. That's great, but endos are better.
Yeah, I'll
So
call and
you
get a.
definitely need an endo, and you definitely need to take your vitamin D because that's going to make a huge difference for you.
Well, I took it for tonight.
And then the weight thing, once everything is in balance, then you're going to be cool with that too.
Hopefully.
I
'Cause
think sciatica is probably the biggest thing.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah, I mean the pain's too much, so you
And
just
like my husband would be like, my shoulder hurts today, my mom, my knee, my daughter, my back, and I'm like, you have no idea I can't even drive and driven in months
why?
because it causes severe sciatica to sit in the car.
Then you definitely need to get into an endo, and you definitely need to get as much under control as you can. And I would say get a good physical therapist because, I mean, even if all you do is the rolling pin thing on your legs, it helps.
I have a rolling pin. Maybe I should start trying it.
Definitely.
Who knows? Maybe I bought all kinds of exercise stuff, things to stretch my back out, blankets, heating pads. Maybe I need something different.
Well, I think what you need to do is I think you need to take a look at those 3 years in that house and try to maybe deal with some of how that feels. how that felt, you know, and kind of dig into that a little bit, because I think sometimes our bodies kind of express some of our pain, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And you know, the whole thing with the thyroid, our thyroids represent our voice. So you might want to kind of look and see if you feel that your voice matters, if you feel your voice is being heard in the areas in your life that are stressful.
Oh, totally not. No.
That sounds a little bit like kind of like um, I don't know what word. It sounds a little bit out there, but every part of our body, like if you have pain in one area or whatever, there can be a correlation to maybe some emotional pain.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, I can't get into it, but yes.
Yeah. So if you kind of, I would say start off looking at those 3 years when you were a kid, when you had the strep throat
Mm.
and the swimmer's ear, I think you said.
Yeah.
I would definitely look at that time frame, because it sounds like it was a really, you know, I mean, that's a scary time for
It
a
was a
kid.
very, it was very, it, yeah, it started a lot of stuff. That's when I became like a hypochondriac. My sister had chicken pox. I wouldn't even go upstairs for like 2 weeks.
So you want to look at that. And, I would
She
say
had her
this.
appendix out, and I would not visit her in the hospital because I thought I was going to catch
Well,
it's
and I
her.
think it's interesting. Is she the one who became the nurse?
Yes.
I have a feeling your mom may have given you guys some kind of interesting gifts of kind of um, maybe being a little bit hyper focused on stuff. Maybe. I mean, she might have been fit and healthy and everything, but she may have encouraged you guys to maybe need her. Like
No,
the
I'm
stress.
like, no, my brother, my sister was the firstborn, and she was born when my mom was 9. So they had this, like, bond. Then there's me. I was daddy's girl, but my parents got divorced when I was 7. And my brother, who's 5 years younger, my little brother, he's still mommy's little baby.
Oh, so you're the middle kid.
I'm the middle kid, and the irony is, when I moved to Florida 18 years ago, I brought my mother.
So
So
you're the middle kid, but you're the one she could depend on, right?
she's like a 5-year-old. It's hard to explain. She can't do anything alone since she got divorced. I've been taking care of her since then. My sister
Yeah.
moved in, and it's been all me.
Middle kids do that, though. Middle kids do. The older kids always take credit for it, but the middle kids do it.
No, you're right, because my husband's the middle child,
But
and we
earlier when you said you had fibro, or you thought you might have fibro,
yeah.
I think that probably if you got a good endocrinologist and you got things exactly how they should be, and you were taking your vitamin D and you're moving a little bit where you can safely with a sciatica, and maybe get a physical therapist to teach you some tricks, I think that you probably wouldn't be thinking you might have fibro. A lot of the symptoms are the same across the board.
Oh, I know.
But the thing you said about your leg muscles, that's a real thing with hashies. That's a real thing. Like all of a sudden, your legs aren't going to work. That happens. But that hasn't happened to me now for quite a while, like quite a long while. And I'm thankful for that, because it sucks.
Oh, it does. It does. And like, if I have a day where, like, all of a sudden I either it's a stressful day with a little bit of like, panic or whatever, within an hour, I'm in pain from head to toe.
Well, I know a woman who was on her sofa daily while her husband and children were living their lives, and she was like really sick for way too long. And one day she just got really sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Mm-hmm.
When she was in college, she was a runner. When she was in high school, she was a runner. She put on her tennis shoes and she like pushed herself to run.
Mm-hmm.
In total pain. She was fatigued. She was miserable. She was, she was living in hell. And
Oh, that's
she
me.
said,
I get up every day, and even though I would be like, I'm already, as soon as I'm up, I'm like, ow, 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 and I push myself through the entire day because I can't just sit there. It's not
well,
me.
she put on her tennis shoes and she ran probably a half a block and practically killed herself doing it. And
Uh-huh.
then she ran a block, and then she ran a couple of blocks. Within just a couple 3 months, she was running across the Mackinac Bridge on Labor Day. And she went on to run for a government position. She's now a politician, and she is kicking butt. She's totally healthy. She has no sign of any fibro at all.
Mm-hmm.
And yet she was on pain meds. She was depressed. She didn't waste it. I mean, she was suffering. She was in pain. But and I'm not a doctor. I'll say this a million times for everybody. Don't listen to me, but listen to me. You have emotional pain, and your emotional pain is going to come through your body. If your emotional pain is not heard and processed and basically dealt with, okay, it's going to come through. Your body's going to be screaming. My
Does.
my thought would be, just off the top of my head, I think you should start with those 3 years when you were in that one house, and just grab a notebook. Pick a notebook that is like, if you're really pissed off about it, pick a red notebook. Or if you remember whatever, the color of your bedroom, pick that color, whatever you want to do. Whatever looks right, feels like, resonates with you.
Mm.
That designate, like, even if you want to get like a nice binder and deck it all out with a bunch of whatever, make it your safe little space where you can write and write and write and write all about that experience. And if you want, you can shred everything as soon as you write it, or you can tuck it. Or you can tuck it in the nice notebook, or have a bonfire or whatever. I don't know. But if you start digging into that and writing about it, you might find that you're going to be able to alleviate some of your physical pain.
That's true.
Which I know sounds weird. I know. But our bodies are holding a lot of pain, and so we have to kind of help our bodies get rid of some of the pain, right?
Exactly. And like I say, if it's a good day, I feel good.
Well, if you won $1 million on the lottery,
Do I
if
think
like,
it would go away?
well, do you think that you would be able to hop in the car and drive down to the capital of your state to pick up your $1 million?
Myself, honestly, no.
Well, get into an endocrinologist, because that
That's not.
pain thing.
I don't know my directions. If I drive north Florida, I could drive south all over and find it. If I go North Florida, I get lost.
Well,
But
and you know about brain fog, right?
oh my God, I feel like I have Alzheimer's.
Well, you don't. You just have Hashimoto's.
Last night I said to my husband, I'm like, are you want to watch this movie? Yeah. He goes, we just watched it last week. And I'm like, no, we did not. He's like, you put it on. It's bad.
It's called brain fog. It's a real thing.
And I have
And
insomnia.
yeah, you need an endocrinologist. You do. I can see you straight. I just saw your comment. See, most definitely. Let's see here. Straight, we need you because you know what? The scumbag attackers are flipping out. They're absolutely flipping out. They're coming up with all sorts of lies, as usual. And now they're basically trying to railroad, I think, I was going to say Ronnie and Cindy, but I don't even think it's Ronnie. I think Ronnie's in on it with them. I don't know. There's something about that new Ronnie that I don't trust because that doesn't look at all like the other Ronnie. I bet you Star Mama has a storm. I bet you that's what happened.
Yeah, she saw lightning earlier and said that if she gets a storm, she's going to listen to that. Yeah, straight up,
Yeah,
you have to make more videos. I love your videos.
I know it. I know. I think Straight Up Blowing Minds is the channel. That's the go-to channel for people if they really want to learn about the case of Christopher Watts. Here we just talk about it, but that channel
But
has
she
all the
has
facts, man.
extra stuff too. I loved her video on the different, like with manic depression, when you're going through a manic episode and a really down episode, the difference in your facial features. I love that one.
I love the toilet one, and I love the one about the security cameras.
Oh, the toilet one where she died over the toilet.
Yeah, the toilet one totally opened up a lot of people's eyes, I think, about the
Oh,
possibility.
that blew my mind. I'm like, that makes so much sense. You would not get that in the trunk of a car with the toes.
Well, her toes were turned up, her butt was in the air, right? Who would bury someone with their butt in the air? Ooh, they're going to continue to cover it up until whatever deal was made is followed through with. I'm kind of curious how much money Ronnie and Cindy might be collecting from hanging out with Dinko Dave. Ooh, it's a Scott Peterson situation. I think Scott Peterson is innocent. Normally I say not guilty. I think he is innocent.
Oh, I totally believe that. Did you read the book that his lawyer wrote?
I haven't. No.
It was a long time ago. I read that and I was like, I put it down and I'm like, they put an innocent man in jail. It totally gave me a different perspective.
Oh, they need Watts supporters to pull this off, but they have to be controlled. See, because that's, and in probably the last, I don't know how many months, this last year for sure, people are having a hard time continuing to pull the, oh, Cindy Watts is terrible. A lot of people have seen through that and they're not taking part in it anymore. So now the pendulum has swung over Have you seen all the flip flopping going on? It's like they're trying to like play to both sides or whatever. Dave is the new Mensa straight badger? Dave? What? Uh-uh. Uh-uh.
Who said
That's
that?
why Ronnie never wanted to talk to you, Mensa. Well, Cindy was talking on the thing, but I think they had her reading what she was saying. They're having her change her nut meltdown story. Now it was because of a nap. Ronnie talked to me a couple times on speakerphone. When he talked to me on the speakerphone, he actually asked me to help him find a lawyer for his son. And then he hopped on a plane and went to Colorado. What a joke. Ronnie was there when Chris took his backdoor deal. They left Cindy out intentionally. I do agree that Cindy is clueless. Clueless. And that whole thing of his lawyers flying there and Jamie and Ronnie not telling Cindy they were coming, there's something squirrely about that.
You totally lost me.
Christopher Watt's lawyers flew to North Carolina to tell Cindy she couldn't be on social media.
Well, that I know. But why?
Ronnie and Jamie knew they were coming and they never told her. I'd be clobbering me some husband and daughter if that happened. Exactly. They can't tell Cindy because she would have never agreed for Christopher Watts to be taking a deal. Exactly right. And she has a big mouth.
So what you're saying is Ronnie and Jamie were okay with him taking the deal? And they left Cindy out because she would never agree to it?
I think they've left Cindy out of everything because Cindy would have been screaming from the rooftops, don't take a stupid deal. I don't think Cindy thinks that her son killed anybody.
And there are many people that think the same thing.
Yeah. And Cindy had the guts to say so right away. Well, not right away, but before the plea deal, when she did that interview, and she said, don't plead guilty if you didn't do this, don't plead guilty or don't whatever. Yeah. I don't know, but I have a weird reaction to seeing that video. I don't think that looks at all like Ronnie. It just doesn't. It's like they have a double or something. It does not look like Ronnie at all. If you look at those pictures, I don't know. There's something funny about that. Jane's cute. Straight up, do you have a channel? Jane, it's straight up blowing minds. But if you don't know if Straight has a channel, Jane, you've got to go. What's it called when you have too much ice cream? Not indulge. What is it? What is it when you have too much of something? What's the word? There we go. Straight up blowing minds. There. Click it. What's the word when you gorge yourself? Huh?
How
about gorge yourself on Straight's videos? You're going to love them. Binge.
Oh
That's the
God,
word.
have to.
Straight, we need you. Binge is the word.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, what do you do when you watch Netflix all day?
Yeah, glutinous. That's a good one too, Sarah. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. Straight, what day do you want me to come back on here where you can come up? Tell me when. I'll be here. We want to hear you. Oh, man, if you guys in chat don't have a weighted blanket yet, get one. If you live in the Midwest, Myers has them on sale right now for only $24.99. Oh my gosh, it's the best blanket ever. It reminds me of back in the day when water beds were popular. I remember our first water bed. It was just like, oh,
I
comfy.
always wanted a water bed, never got one.
Okay, good. Let us know. I'll hop on whenever I hop on. I'm not sure when. Because I was gonna say tomorrow, but I'm actually probably driving tomorrow. But that would be wonderful to have you hopping up here. Oh my gosh. I don't know if you've been seeing the channel that much, but it's like constantly, where's Honey Badger? Where's Set the Record Straight? We need you guys. I was looking at the heated blankets. I thought that would be smart, you know, like, but I saw that weighted blanket and I was like, yeah, that one wins. Oh, Jane just subscribed to Straight. Straight knows everything, Jane. Straight's the go-to for the Brainiac routine. You know how people say, only the facts on this channel, you know, like the dipshit Dave types? They don't even know what the facts are. Straight knows the facts of the case.
He got a lot of stuff from some of her videos.
Will do. I will, Straight. Excelente. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Well, I'm glad you hopped right up here, dear. And I'm glad that we solved all of the problems. Endocrinologist.
I'm definitely going to call.
And a journal. And it like just a notebook, you know what I mean? And then keep it in a place where you can put it away. Like where you can put it up and like tuck it away. Because it's a little bit symbolic that you want to be able to just tuck it away and then touch it again when you want to.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you have anxiety like that, and when like your sister had some, that's totally natural. That's your body still screaming. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think that all this thyroid stuff that's going on, I really think we need to have our voices heard. I think in my generation, I think our voices were heard a lot more than they are now.
Oh, totally. It's so different now. It's a shame, really.
Yes, Spacebound, the Dollar Tree. It is. It's, yeah. I mean, I think even in the 60s, I think we had more of a voice. Not my first rodeo says I used to be someone else, Jane. Yeah, that's how it is when you're talking about the case of Christopher Watts. That's how it is. Dave did teach me how to screen share, right between calling me a bitch, a witch, a cunt. Yeah, he taught me how to screen share. Sure he did.
He called you that. Was it?
Well, I'm not sure if he called me the C word, but I know he called me a bitch in his first week of trying to have a YouTube channel, because evidently his first week didn't go that well for him. So he thought he'd go ahead and put, you know, my channel name in his title and call me a bitch. And then that got him. That's how he got started. No, Sarah, I didn't. And if I knew how to edit, then I would go back and take that out so that I could say, no, I didn't. And then you wouldn't know that I did. He called me what? C number what? Oh, I'm not sure if he called me one, but I think he did. I know he called me a bitch. That's how he got his channel started. I know he calls me a witch all the time. He said I fell off my broom and hit my head. And then the little bozo laughed at my education, which I think is kind of funny.
What does he do?
Okay, Straight Up Low Mine says, watch my last video and read between the lines. I don't know. He said he worked at the post office, I think. He also said one time he grabbed the girl's boob who he worked with at a store.
And
He
he's
told
making your education.
Well, he told everyone about that, and he made it sound kind of like he didn't really understand that it wasn't okay. Okay, let's see here. I've got Princess Diana stuff showing up here. Straight up. There we go. Is it the Don't Tell Chris About the Cameras? That's one of my favorites right there. That is one of my favorites. Let me do the filter.
It's her recent one.
The most recent one.
I wonder if
Wait,
I saw
I think I have to do, hold on, I've got to go to the channel. Oh, yeah. Did he fall on his sword? Yes.
That's the only one I didn't watch yet.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, good. He typed it. I'm searching. I was hoping you just uploaded one that I haven't seen. Yeah, not a she. He be a he. And he be a he who knows how to send chocolate-covered apples, chocolate-covered bananas, and chocolate-covered strawberries, and flowers. I'll tell you who the hero in this entire case discussion for 4.5 years is Set the Record Straight. Because there were a whole bunch of mean, icky, yucky, dirty, scummy, psycho, scumbag attackers who were just pummeling this sweet little old me. And Set the Record Straight said bullshit to that and pretty much stood in front of me. And I got to hide behind him and go, there's one over there. There's one over there. Oh my gosh. I'd rather watch Straight than Dipshit Dave the phony. Well, Dipshit Dave admits that he's a liar. He admits that he's a liar who grabs the breast of a coworker, and I'm not for sure what all he was doing with all that cell phone activity, videotaping his subs or something. There was something kind of icky. Not kind of icky, something very icky. But didn't he get help for all that? I thought he was going to get help for all that so that he wouldn't be treating women like, you know, they weren't human. Yes, Jane, he admitted it.
I just read this from Straight Eight. He said that Dave was once all for the R's.
Hold on, this one, not my first rodeo. Dave has never been Team R. I disagree. I think that's exactly what team he's on, and I think it's exactly what team he's always been on. Exactly.
I'm
He
sure
said no, he claimed he was framed. Really? I heard him talking about grabbing that boob. Yes, I think he is definitely. I think he's always been a scumbag attacker. And I think that his pack or whoever, I can't remember, wasn't it Tia or something, one of those? I think they are definitely gathering up people to try to attack decent people. Correct, Jane. He's pretending, and in the process, he's trying to discredit Cindy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He can't stand anyone with a brain. That's his problem. I don't know. Was he fired for grabbing boobs or what, Diamond Ice? I don't know. Oh, okay. Holly said that regarding the sexting, that he claimed he was blackmailed, not framed. So he isn't denying the sexting? I don't know. I only saw a couple minutes of him going, I need to apologize to Deb. I let her down or something like that. And then he said, I'm going to get help. But then he came right back right away. He was going to take time off to go get help. But then he came right back and he didn't seem, he really, I don't know. I mean, that's pretty fast help. But then when he came back, he didn't act like he had help.
no, he actually acted worse.
He actually, I've always treated him okay, even though sometimes he's treated me really bad. I've always treated him okay. But like this last round that he pulled, no, I'm just going to laugh at him because he is hilarious. And yes, Dave, if you're listening, everyone can tell you're reading your stupid scripts, you dipshit. It is so obvious. Maybe you should get like thicker rims or something so that your buggy eyes won't be so obvious when you're reading your scripts. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm getting really tired and I've got to be up early in the morning.
I was going to jump off.
It'll be a good night. I'm going to go ahead and play a song for Star Mama because even if her signal is weird and dropping and whatever, then when she listens to it later, then she can know we're dedicating this song for Star Mama. It's her favorite song. And for you younger people, heads up, it's an Elvis song. Let's see here. I have to find it first. It's Miss Star Mama's song that she loved with her husband, with her beloved husband. And I can find it here. Ugh. Computers. Ugh. Elvis?
Good night, everybody.
Thank you so much for hopping up. You've got an assignment. I want you to check in and let me know.
Definitely will. Thank you.
And I'm a really good pain in the bum, so I will harass you about this. So so you know, make your life simpler, reduce your stress, and do what I tell you to, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. All right.
Love you, dear.
Bye-bye.
Get a good night's sleep, and if you don't get a good night's sleep, get a weighted blanket.
But I need my cooling one so I don't sweat.
That's right. That's right. You've got the blanket that cools you. I got it. Okay. That is so cute. That's so cute. Okay. Good night, love.
Good night. Good night. Thanks.
That's just so darling to have a blanket that has to cool you off. It's like it doesn't make sense. Okay, here we go. This is for Star Mama. Everybody, I am so glad that you're here. Set the record straight. Thank you so much for coming in here. We've all been like, where is he? Where is Set the Record Straight? So I'm glad you're here. I'm glad all of you guys are here. This has been pretty, it's been a pretty dynamic discussion. So Jane wants to know who writes his script. I don't know, Jane. I don't know. I can guess, but I don't know. Well, maybe I do know. Nah, I can guess. So, everybody, you heard me harping on Bassett Baby about vitamin D. Like, don't forget to take your vitamin D, okay? We're heading into the winter months. Hello. There isn't going to be that much sunshine going on, right? Don't forget to take your vitamin D. Now, everyone, thanks for being here. Be safe. Be healthy. Be happy. You can choose to be happy. And like I already said, don't forget to take your vitamin D. And you know what? Take vitamin C also while you're at it. Eat salmon. And I want each and every one of you to know, always know, that you are loved. Good night, everyone. Here's the song for Star Mama. Oh, let's see here. We're hearing from a politician, of course, because it's coming up on elections. Now, this song is for Star Mama. Good night, everyone.